It is 6:30. Members of council are assembled when you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this committee of the whole meeting of the Council of the Town of Saugeen Shores. Welcome everybody in the chambers this evening and everyone joining us by the live stream. Glad everybody's with us. Second item on the agenda is a land acknowledgement, and I'll read that this evening. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. I'll just make a comment at this point about the events of last week at the town's compost site. We had the really, I think, tragic circumstance of having remains of the ancestors of people of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation move from the town of South Bruce Peninsula into our compost site, and it was really an awful thing. And I think it bears remembering, of course, what any one of us would think or feel if a relative of ours had that done to them, right? To something that that anyone, that would be devastating really to anybody. And so, of course, that's how the people of the Saugeen First Nation, Saugeen Ojibwe Nation feel. And I do want to say that I appreciated the response of the Saugeen Shores Police Service, the OPP, Town of Saugeen Shores staff, as well as the First Nation who came together, I thought, really productively, worked diligently, and found a way to respectfully and with reverence restore those remains to where they belong. So I'm thankful for that, and I know everybody on council is thankful for it. But again, and as I said in the statement that I released, it's a stark reminder of the fact that Indigenous people have lived and walked on these lands for time immemorial, and that bears remembering, and certainly bears remembering for anybody who is doing digging in the land and doing construction in these in our communities. The First Nations people have been here for a lot longer than we have, and their ancestors are part of the land, and that's worth remembering. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture and to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. So the next item is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Asking a member if you have one of those you'd like to declare. Seeing none, of course, you can do that anytime if you need to. We have no additions or deletions or amendments. I don't believe we have any open forum requests this evening. No? No? Okay. So that moves us on to delegations, and we do have 3 delegations. Oh, sorry. Councillor Stack, sorry.
Sorry, I have to declare a conflict with the NII discussion.
Oh, okay. And the nature?
My employer is Bruce Power. Okay,
thank you. All right, so we have 3 delegations this evening, and I'll just remind each of the delegations before I start calling them up that we do have a 10-minute time limit for each of our delegations, and council has a pretty heavy agenda this evening, so I would appreciate it if you'd hew closely to that timeline. So we'll get started then. The first one is from Tony Hudad, and he's here to talk to us about the Municipal Innovation Council. And Tony, the floor is yours, sir.
All right, good evening. All right, good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Vice Deputy Mayor, and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. On behalf of the Municipal Innovation Council, I'm here to share some of the history of the MIC, as well as some of our success stories. But we need to get this working.
Can we advance it? We'll just advance it for you there.
All right, we got it. Okay. Okay, my name is Tony Huad. I'm the director at the Municipal Innovation Council. Prior to my work at the MIC, I worked for over 27 years in the municipal industry sector, as well as in various senior management positions. The MIC was formed in 2020. 8 municipalities in Bruce County signed and formed the MIC. They came together to find savings, efficiencies, better deliver services to their residents with the goal of building smarter, stronger, and more resilient communities. The MIC's commitment is threefold. First is to learn from experts, as well as leveraging municipal expertise and our own strengths. Second is the collaboration with our peers and colleagues, listening to the industry, work with experts, and understand that change is critical. Transforming the way our municipalities do business and embracing the opportunity to transform and grow. The MIC funding model is based on a $12,000 base fee plus a $2.50 per household. In 2020, when MIC was formally launched, it identified 4 key issues of focus. First is construction and infrastructure. Second is information technology and digital services. Third is municipal sustainability. And fourth is livable communities. Proven success. The Municipal Innovation Council has had a remarkable success over the past 3 years and has proven to be a model that every community across Canada could benefit from. It has allowed us to tackle problems collectively that we would just simply couldn't do on our own. Over the past 3 years, we have secured external funding for almost every project we have undertaken. For every MIC dollar invested, we have been able to double that through external funding sources, bringing the total value delivered to over $1.25 million. The following is a high-level summary of the work we have done at the MIC. 2 service reviews, fully funded municipal modernization program we completed. These at no cost to MIC members, reviewed how municipalities deliver services around waste and information technology, efficiencies, cost savings, sharing services. Just on the IT review, we've made tremendous progress identifying cost savings in many areas, including hardware and telecommunication. The mapping project, typographical software, uses state-of-the-art art machine learning to provide digital representation of Bruce County. By using this technology, it has saved us thousands of hours, resulting in us being more efficient. Another project included food waste diversion pilot with the MIC members municipality, resulting in economies of scale of over $7,000. In 2023, the MIC partnered with Food Cycle Science, a Canadian technology company, to launch Food Cycler, pilot program designed to measure the viability of on-site food waste processing technology as a method of waste diversion. The pilot program was run in Bruce County that included 880 participating households, 420 which were supported by the MIC, which included a $25,000 Bruce Power financial contribution. Net cost to the MIC was $42,000 plus shipping and HST. The program ran from May to August of 2023. After my presentation, Jessica Taylor from Food Cycle will provide detailed results of the pilot program. Residents reported generating 0.42 fewer standard garbage bags per week, which is a reduction of 21 garbage bags per household per year, which is remarkable. Innovative technology, Smart Beach. This is another project that the MIC has been working on. It's a 3-year pilot program that was launched at Station Beach in Kincardine. The goal of providing beachgoers with up-to-date information on water conditions. This technology is the first of its kind in North America. Smart Beach uses innovative technologies to collect and analyze water and weather conditions to develop a system that will provide beachgoers as well as local EMS with real-time information on local weather conditions, including rough surf and presence of rip currents so they can stay safe at the beach. The second year of the program has focused on research and development that will guide implementation of a dynamic warning system. Through physical and social surveys, implementation of machine learning models, and the creation of a locally calibrated wave and current model, project milestones reached this year has provided significant insight on the beach user behavior and timing of local of surf-related hazards. In year 3, which is coming up in 2024, this data will be used to implement a time-dependent warning system that will notify beach users where and when dangers may be present and further promote safety at Station Beach. Forward thinking. The MIC has invested in innovative solutions that create long-term value. Innovation requires that organizations learn to think creatively to be able to bring in new products, services, and approaches. Some of the projects underway include information technology. The Joint Steering Committee was created with the supportive membership of individuals. Sharing of knowledge, ideas, and peer support is the backbone of this committee. Members have recognized cost savings through sharing of purchasing programs, details, and individual experiences. For example, cell phone pricing has provided further savings to municipalities. I mentioned earlier about topographical mapping. Using this technology is an important resource for tree cover analysis in our municipalities. Another feature is the elevation and height of detailed building footprints, which enables rendering buildings in 3D with real dimensions. This creates bridge polygon layers to replace that was previously merely a point layer of county bridges. Sustainable transportation. Plans are being developed in 2024 to create a sustainable transportation roadmap for the electrification of small municipal fleets. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions to promote sustainable practices, the electrification of municipal small fleet has emerged as a significant area of priority. The project aims to evaluate the feasibility, the benefits, as well as the challenges associated with transforming municipal fleets to electric vehicles, contributing to a greener and more environmentally friendly transportation system. Real-time road condition reporting. By harnessing the power of data, connectivity, advanced analytics, the MIC seeks to revolutionize the way road conditions are monitored, communicated, and managed. Building bench strength. This is where we're investing in staff. The Municipal Innovation Council has invested in municipal staff training and development in areas of building project management excellence, customer service enhancements and reporting, and finally, municipal inclusivity and diversity planning. Thank you for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments from members? The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. And I just had a few questions, but I just want to make a comment. I know the next speaker is going to be talking about the recycler program, and I just wanted to tip my hat to Councillor Grace for all the great work you did on that program, Councillor Grace, and to the MIC people as well. Because there's a lot of distribution had to happen, obviously, but I know from my household standpoint, I was 45, 50 bags per year, roughly. And now I'm every 3 weeks, probably 15 to 20 bags of garbage. So that little container on the counter is really working.
That's great news.
So that's a good program, a solid program. The few questions I have, if I might, are the municipal partners. There's 7 municipal partners, including the county.
Right.
And are we in the midst of a 3-year agreement? Is it we're in year 1 still and 2 years to go? And are all those partners pretty secure for the next 2 more years? Have they signed up with agreements?
Well, we're hoping to continue to showcase the benefit of MIC. So we're hoping to continue to have that. We want to look at more of a sustainable approach, because we want to make sure that this program is here to stay. So the more we're able to demonstrate those abilities, and as you know, every funding is also subject to municipal budgets every year. So there's always that opportunity that this could be something that could be cut as part of a municipal budget. So the thought around the table with MIC, and our chair is here today, could speak to that. But the goal is to continue to invest in MIC projects to ensure the longevity of the program to continue for years to come.
Okay, and you talked about the $12,000 base fee. So would there be some municipalities at that $12,000 fee? And I guess ours is around 30,000. Would that be correct?
30,915.
But something, but the smaller municipalities, when you say base fee,
Plus, yeah, plus a $2.50 per household.
so some would be lowered. I see.
Yeah.
You talked about IT and you talked about $585,000 in savings. I just did rough calculation in my head today. I'm trying to recall back the last three budgets, but I think we've invested close to $500,000 in IT upgrades in Saugeen Shores since the MIC came along, not blaming our expenditures on MIC, but it's something we had to do. But when you talk about $585,000 in savings, we've spent, I think it's well over 500 numbers I looked at today in my binders. But when you talk about $585,000 in savings, where is that?
Those would be in some of the efficiencies that were gained. Otherwise, that it would require external dollars, external consultants being used. So some of the benefits that we're learning from other municipalities and how they're doing certain things and be able to do some of the work in-house and create those efficiencies and those savings. Otherwise, it would have been required to have external resources being spent. So by having the people around the table, it really helped in developing those projects, those synergies, and how to best utilize, whether it's through purchase of bulk items and items that would be more collectively versus individual municipalities making those purchases.
Okay.
So those were the estimates that were gathered
Gotcha.
to get to that number.
Just final comment, Mr. Mayor, if I might just, when this program first came on board, it was 4 years ago. The bill of goods that was sold to us was fine savings and better efficiencies. And I just only hope in the next 2 years, if we continue on with this partnership, that we continue to find savings, and efficiencies, because that's really what was sold to us 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Is to find savings and efficiencies. So I just hope we continue to find lots of savings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, further comments from members? Councilor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Tony. Tony, thank you very much for the report today. Projects underway, sustainable transportation. I heard you mention green transportation, but would sustainable transportation also be, the town has always been looking for ways to bus people from Southampton to Port Elgin and beyond, and people can get to work and so on. Does this fall into this category, or is there a bigger picture here?
Well, it does. It is an element of greening your fleet. So the more you can reduce the number of vehicles on the road, i.e. through transportation, such as you're mentioning, it's also a benefit to the community, also to the environment. So the more you're promoting the use of transit, the more you're able to promote getting people out of their vehicles and using public transit, it promotes a greener environment. So that is one element of it. The other element is the use of how do we invest in our infrastructure? How do we invest in our fleet to make it more efficient and operate them versus the traditional way? So the plan is to develop a roadmap for each municipality, then to look at how can they utilize that roadmap to get to where their point is. Some municipalities are further ahead. Some have just started kicking the tires on this. So the consultants that we're looking at bringing in to help develop, here's what it would look like. Here's what you would start doing, because it doesn't happen overnight. When it comes to procuring of vehicles, it takes time to develop what kind of strategy you want, making sure that you have the infrastructure, as well as speaking to the operation folks to make sure operationally it's feasible. Because the last thing you want to do is have something, and again, this is focused on small fleet, not looking at the larger municipal fleet. It's more of just the small support vehicles.
Just to follow up, Mr. Mayor, does that mean there could be another report coming back to council? Because we've always talked about this, but it hasn't gone anywhere as of yet because of cost. So we're wondering, or I'm wondering, what the future may hold in this.
The future is bright. Future is green. So obviously the plan is in 2024, a report will be going back to the MIC board, kind of outlining here's what the roadmap would look like. And then it would be each and every municipality would then go on their own and saying, okay, We have a consultant that's hired to help us with this. And again, by having 8 municipalities working together, there's some efficiencies and some savings there versus one municipality going on their own and doing this. And then it would be dependent on council's appetite when it comes to, okay, here is your roadmap. It could be a 10-year, 15-year roadmap. Where is your appetite when it comes to greening your fleet? Are you looking at, doing it a very conservative way over the next 15 years? Or are you looking at, and some municipalities have already started doing that with charging stations. Now they're looking at moving toward their municipal sector when they're creating and building new facilities. They're making sure that those infrastructures are in place today, so it will benefit future years and future community residents in the area.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Help.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Sometimes I'm a little bit of a skeptic about how often we have consultants looking at everything. We have a line of green vehicles lined up right there behind our building. If I want to know the weather conditions on the Great Lakes, whether my boat is in Port Elgin or Kincardine, I can go to windy.com. I can go to Vindiski wind scale. I can go to the Great Lakes weather forecast. Are we reinventing the wheel here? And so I'm just being honest, and I tend to be a little bit of a skeptic of these things and not wanting to, like we organize, I can't say we, I wasn't here. Our council played a great role in the composter. And we have great capacity within our town to do a lot of things, in-house. And I'm reminiscent of my time in the school board, where every time they gave us money in our tech department, their first suggestion was, okay, you guys got some money. We think you should hire a consultant to tell you what you need. So
Great. So if I can answer
Thank you.
that, and I can also bring it back to the cost savings. So we're looking at an organization called Power On Energy. They're a non-for-profit consultant. So we're looking at ways of not going to your traditional outside. They have a profit margin they have to meet. So Power On Energy is looking at providing a bid for us and more on a cost recovery basis. And again, back to that kind of on the lens of trying to be as efficient as possible. But we will be leaning on the subject matter experts in the municipalities. Who knows more about your fleets than your staff? They're the ones that live it every day and every night. They know exactly what needs to go on. So when it comes to coming up with solutions, my approach has always been, when you have staff that are to get buy-in, have them be part of the solution. So when it comes to how they are going to put this plan in place, so the lean is going to be on the staff saying, okay, here's what would like to do. What's your thoughts? What's your inputs and how to do that? So it's kind of going to be like a hybrid approach. It's not going to be a consultant coming in, dropping in a roadmap saying, here's what you need to do. But we're also going to be saying to the group, the fleet group that we have discussing this, what does it look like in your world? So there's going to be some customization, and there's going to be something that we're going to be looking at these subject matter experts internally to come up with solutions. It's not going to be just somebody from the outside coming in, because the people here that are working today have that knowledge, and we're trying to bring in how we can best utilize that knowledge into something that's going to be sustainable for the next 5, 10, 30 years. So I hope I answered that question, your question about consultants. So we're trying to not just bring an outside consultant coming in, but someone that is also, looking at just cost recovery, but also relying on internal resources, because this is where and it's back to that focusing on your staff, making sure that they're trained, like project management, giving them that project management training. Those are also skills and tool sets that they could use to develop, and that's going to benefit when they're rolling out a fleet plan in your municipality.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks very much, Tony, for coming in this evening. We appreciate it. And I certainly hope at some point we can see that Smart Beach project come north to Saugeen Shores. I think that's really a good project. And it would be nice to, perhaps after this third year of work, that we can see it come here and be rolled out on our beaches as well. And but otherwise, appreciate your work and thank you for the update.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so now we're on to our second delegation, which is from Jessica Taylor, and she's going to talk to us about the Food Cycler program. And I think Ms. Taylor is coming in via Zoom. There she is.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Good evening. The floor is yours.
All right, let me get my presentation up here for you. Okay, can you see my first slide?
Yep, we can see it.
Perfect. All right, so good evening. My name is Jessica Taylor and I'm the Municipal Program Manager at Food Cycle Science. I'm here tonight to present the results of the pilot program for the food cycler in the town of Saugeen Shores. Before we take a look at the results, I would like to give you a short recap of our company. So we are a Canadian company based out of Ottawa, and we're 100% focused on providing food waste diversion solutions using our innovative technology called the Food Cycler. 2022 and 2023 were big years for us as we were selected as finalists in Impact Canada's Food Waste Reduction Challenge. And I would like to acknowledge that your municipality's Food Cycler program was made possible in part due to the federal funding that was received from this program. As a company, we are proud to say that as of today, the Food Cycler is the trusted food waste solution for over 100 municipal partners across Canada. When Saugeen Shores and the other municipalities in the county joined the program, we were the 62nd to pilot this solution. So we want to acknowledge and thank you for your willingness to trial an innovative solution to the longstanding problem that is food waste. So with support from Impact Canada's Food Waste Reduction Challenge, a pilot program was run in Saugeen Shores that included 316 participating households. 200 of these households had food cyclers subsidized by the town of Saugeen Shores, and 116 were subsidized by the Municipal Innovation Council, as Tony mentioned, with support from Bruce Power. This was all part of a larger county-wide program initiated by the MIC that ended up including 880 participating households. The net cost to the town of Saugeen Shores was $20,000 plus shipping and HST, and the program ran from May to August of 2023. And during that time, we asked residents to track their usage for the 12 weeks so we could calculate total waste diversion. And then participants completed a survey at the end to provide data and feedback that I'll present tonight. So out of the 360 participants, we collected 280 responses for a participation rate of 88%. When we asked your residents how important greenhouse gas reduction was to them, the average answer was 8.9 out of 10. When asked how important waste reduction was to them, the average answer was 9.4 out of 10. These first two questions allow you to get a sense of how important reducing greenhouse gases and waste are to your residents. When asked where their food waste went prior to using the food cycler, a large number of residents answered that at least some of their food waste went into the garbage. A small number of residents said they compost all year, but for others, that's only possible during the summer months. For those who do not compost, about 65% of them choose not to because of concerns of wildlife and pests like bears and raccoons. Residents also reported concerns about odors, maintenance, and space. And these answers are in line with a lot of data that we have collected in our municipal programs. And the food cycler is a really great solution for these problems as it's easy to use, it's odor-free, and the byproduct prevents wildlife encounters. So across the program, we were seeing about a 60-40 split in devices. So 60% chose the smaller 2.5 liter capacity unit, and about 40 chose the larger 5 liter. So based on the data collected for diversion, your residents ran an average of 3.83 cycles per week using their FC30, so the smaller 2.5 liter, or 3.67 cycles per week for their larger Maestro. This is the equivalent to about 276 kilograms of food waste per year per household that was diverted using the food cycler, and works out to about 87 metric tons of food waste from the 316 food cyclers over the course of a year, and 113 metric tons of CO2 equivalents per year that would be avoided in comparison to disposing of that same food waste in the landfill. And this is the same as taking 25 gas-powered vehicles off the road each year. Residents reported generating, on average, 0.41 fewer standard garbage bags per week, which is a reduction of 21.3 garbage bags per household per year being avoided being trucked to the landfill. We had several very positive testimonials about waste reduction and a noticeable amount of fewer garbage bags going from every week to every 3 weeks, and just a lot of praise for that, the efficiency of it and not having to deal with as much garbage at home. When we asked users if increased awareness of food waste motivated them to waste less food, the overwhelming majority said yes, it did. When people are managing their food waste at home, they become more aware of how much food they're wasting in the first place. We always say that the most effective waste diversion strategy is to not generate any in the first place. So the awareness that comes with this program is very important. Even though it can be difficult to put that into numbers, it's an added value that the solution provides and likely contributes to the reduction of the garbage mentioned on the last slide. We also saw comments about changed habits, waste reduction, and providing something positive from their organic waste as common threads throughout the feedback. When asked about electricity costs during the pilot, about 5% reported seeing an increase in their electricity costs, and 58% of residents reported that they were unsure. And this typically indicates that any increased electricity costs were negligible to them. When asked if the municipality were to offer a food cycler program at low or no cost, about 87% of residents indicated that they think their friends and neighbors would participate. And many said that it should be offered to more within the municipality, that they have friends waiting to sign up for the next batch. When asked if residents would recommend the food cycler to others, an overwhelming 89% said yes, they would recommend it based on their own experience. This slide is pretty self-explanatory and speaks to the success of this pilot program. 96% of participants will continue using the food cycler as a solution to their food waste moving forward. This level of participation far exceeds any other organic waste management solution out there today. For example, the Green Bin program here in Ottawa that has weekly curbside pickup only has about 57% participation rate. Looking at backyard composting, which is available to everyone with the space to use it, the rate of adoption has been stagnant for decades and can be really low across municipalities. So this 96% participation rate in the pilot program is very encouraging and speaks to the willingness of residents to adopt this program. Overall, residents rated this pilot program 4.5 stars out of 5. And this is really a testament to all of the work that went into the planning and launching of this pilot program locally. So kudos to you and your team there. There was a lot of feedback just about how remarkable the program was and how pleasant it was to participate in. So in the survey, we did ask for written feedback. I've provided some of it throughout, but we do like to be transparent and share a sample of some of the more constructive and helpful comments as well. So, we did see comments about thinking carefully about costs moving forward, if there were other further subsidies that could be considered to bring the cost down to other households, having accessories available locally to save on shipping. They're just thinking that any waste management solution is going to cost money, but at the end of the day, they just want to focus on an environmentally friendly option as opposed to landfill expansion. And just, comparing to green bins, and that might serve some, but that with the food cycler is a safer option when you look at the wildlife that could be in your area. So to recap, we saw 87 metric tons of food waste being diverted from the 316 food cyclers per year. There was an average reduction of 21.3 garbage bags per household per year being trucked to local landfills as a result of food waste, and 96% of residents will continue using their food cyclers. So in terms of next steps, there are now 880 food cyclers across Bruce County. As we continue to improve the efficiency and the efficacy of our programs, we would look to expand into more households in 2023 and 2024, and can discuss what a more comprehensive program designed for Saugeen Shores could look like. And just want to echo some of the messaging that Tony mentioned as well, and thinking stronger together for efficiencies and moving forward, and would recommend continuing to collaborate as a county to make a real impact. So as we move into a new year, I would just ask that you think bigger. So we have 880 units in the county now. If we continued at this pace, so adding say 1,000 more per year, the impact and diversion is substantial and amounts to thousands of metric tons of food waste that could be diverted and extend the life of your landfill and save you money. I do know that the town of Saugeen Shores only has about 7 years of capacity left at the landfill. So this is really a viable option to divert food waste from your landfill and make that last a little bit longer. And I'll just finish off with this one last slide, showcasing the city of Nelson in British Columbia. So they are the first municipality to adopt a food cycler at the community level as an organics management solution. And some of the resources that are in place there include partnerships with local grocery stores to host refill stations for their carbon pellets, a local repair program, bear-proof bins where residents who don't have a use for the soil amendment at home can drop it off and it can go to a facility locally, an e-waste recycling program. So, just to show you some of the possibilities with a program expansion, and that it really is endless. And we would love the opportunity to discuss this further with your staff members and to increase the impact in Saugeen Shores and across Bruce County. So with that, I just want to say thank you for having me tonight and just ask that you accept this presentation as information, and would love to work with your staff to discuss next steps and present a proposal at a later date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Are there questions or comments from members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jessica. It was great to hear your report. I'm really pleased to see the results from this survey. And first of all, I'd like to recognize Stu Nutt, who's a Southampton resident that many of you know, I'm sure. Stu was the first person who told me about the food cycler when he completed his public survey for our environmental committee back in 2021. And so that led me to start looking at it, investigating it, and finding out that you did have this municipal program available. And so then that led our committee to make a recommendation to adopt this for our town. But I'm so pleased that our staff, and I really want to recognize our staff who got behind this idea, the MIC and Bruce Power for supporting the recommendation and made it available to people throughout the county. So when I first started looking at this idea, that seemed like the standard amount of machines available in a pilot program was 100. That's what I was hoping for. But to have so many throughout the county is just incredible. And so many in our town. So thank you to everybody involved in that. A couple of things based on your presentation. Talking about some of the reasons why people can't compost and why these machines would be very useful. We're building more apartments, condos, and very often this is something that I learned in our survey back in 2021 is that a number of apartments and condos actually have restrictions in their leases saying that people can't compost, like you couldn't have a regular compost on your balcony or something. And so this is a really good solution for them as well. And I love the ideas from Nelson. Those are some great ideas that hopefully we can learn from and utilize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stack.
Thank you. So just to echo Councillor Grace's comments, I think the program's amazing. We have one, we use it quite regularly. So I wanted to begin with that. A couple of points I just wanted to caution as we went through the presentation. So the concept of a negligible increase in electricity usage, I think we just need to be thoughtful around negligible means something different depending on your socioeconomic status. So I'm a bit hesitant to just comment a blanket statement that it's negligible. We actually measure the usage because we're quite a nerdy family. So we have something that I don't know what it is that measures the electricity. So there is some usage. I don't know what it is, but I just want to be thoughtful there. And on that same point, I just wonder if we could look at, if we do a future funding program, subsidizing it based on income, because I think it's an expensive product even with the subsidy. So we are going to target a certain demographic in the town. And I think there's an opportunity to just consider folks who may not have $3 or $5, I can't recall the cost, somewhere between $300 and $500 if I'm not mistaken. That's not an insignificant upfront cost, even for folks of various incomes. That's a significant cost. So I just, given we're trying to ensure we're as an inclusive community as we can, I think we just want to be cautious about the cost of these types of equipment. Again, I'm not discounting the value they bring, but I think it's important to just consider that not everyone can access that cost. And again, just to close on a positive, I think it's particularly useful to hear this information as we sort of discuss the next steps in expanding our landfill in the future. I think this is any efforts we can have to minimize our landfill usage are incredible and should be celebrated. But again, just any opportunity to consider in future programs, if we can look at something tied to income in order to provide more equitable access to these types of tools would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Further comments? It's worth just restating 87 metric tons of food waste diverted just as part of the pilot. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And I think really, I mean, it's worth pointing out, and it really demonstrates people's eagerness to divert this material from our landfill, which is a motivation that we share and should celebrate, because as Councillor Stack rightly points out, right, we have this report just later on tonight about landfill expansion, and that is going to be a multi-million-dollar project. It's one that we're going to have to do one way or the other, but when we do it, we don't want to have to do it again anytime soon. Like, we would like this landfill expansion to be the last one we have to do for a generation or more, and programs like this that help us to divert that material will help that become a reality. So I think it's a great program. Congratulations. It's important, and it's just worth tooting our own horn. I mean, this originated in Saugeen Shores. Councillor Grace's work on it through our environmental stewardship ad hoc committee brought it to the forefront and made this possible. So what a huge success, one that I think is that we should note the involvement of folks around this table on, and I'm looking forward to seeing some recommendations come forward to expand it, because I think it probably should be expanded, and we could have even more success with this. So thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. We really appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you all very much. Have a great night.
You too. All right, so now we'll move on to our third and final delegation for the evening, and that's from Anthony Fleming and Lynn Cunningham, and they're here to talk to us about the MPAC information and assessment cycle, and they're also coming in via Zoom.
One second, just share my screen here.
Hello, Mr. Fleming.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine. The floor is yours anytime you're ready to start.
Okay, I'm just gonna change my presentation. Can you see the presentation okay?
We don't see the presentation just at the moment.
Okay,
We see you and Ms. Cunningham.
okay, 1 second. Okay. Technology works sometimes for me.
No worries. Can you do it?
Anthony, if you can give me a moment, I'll bring your presentation up. One moment.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, it just seems I was practicing early, it worked perfect. Of course. Okay, you can just see myself, right? I apologize for that.
No worries. We're just bringing it up. There it is. I think we have it. Okay, it's up, and you go ahead, and I guess we'll advance the slides for you.
Okay, sorry about that. I was hoping to not cause you any more work tonight, but here we go. Well, good evening, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, members of Council, and the citizens of the town of Saugeen Shores. My name is Anthony Fleming. I am your account manager with the Municipal and Stakeholder Relations Department at MPAC for Grey and Bruce counties. Joining me today is Lynn Cunningham, our regional manager for Zone 5. I look forward to working with you throughout 2023 and beyond. Whether you're a newly elected official or seasoned, please know that we are here to help. And we have a whole municipal and stakeholder relations team who can answer any questions you may have. To start, municipal relations are an important priority to MPAC and our municipal and stakeholder relations team. And we wanted to continue to grow that municipal and property owner experience. So this is a slide I need to be on. At MPAC, we are Ontario property experts, and our job is to assess and classify more than 5.5 million properties across Ontario, worth a combined total of $3 trillion. In the past year, Ontario's grown approximately 45,000 new residential homes, and in 2022, we added more than $37 billion to Ontario's assessment rolls. Every municipality uses our assessment to make informed decisions about their community, including the distribution of property taxes, Ontario's property tax system, and these assessments generate approximately $30 billion annually in tax revenue. Next slide, please. There we go. There are 4 key players in Ontario's property assessment taxation system, and we all have different roles and interests in this process. First of all, we have the provincial government. Specifically, the Ministry of Finance is responsible for setting assessment and taxation legislation, as well as policies. They also determine the education property tax rate, and there's also an independent body that adjudicates appeals on MPAC's assessed values, the Assessment Review Board, and it also falls under jurisdiction of the province. MPAC, we are an independent, non-for-profit corporation funded by all Ontario municipalities. Our role is to assess and classify all properties in Ontario, and we do this in compliance with the Assessment Act and regulations set out by the Ontario government. We are accountable to the province, municipalities, and property taxpayers of Ontario through a board of directors that is comprised of municipal, provincial, and taxpayer representatives appointed by the Ministry of Finance. Municipalities determine their budget requirements, set tax rates, and collect property taxes to pay for municipal services such as police, roads, fire, recreation, amongst many others. Municipalities use MPAC's assessments to establish tax rates, to distribute their tax requirements to rate players. And finally, we have the property owners who pay the property tax bill and help set market value through ongoing property purchases and sales. Next slide, please. So monitoring the market and assessing newly built renovated properties is things that we do every day to keep our property data current. We also periodically update every single property assessment in Ontario based on the same legislative valuation date, and we call this an assessment update or reassessment. The valuation date for the most recent assessment update, which took place in 2017, was January 1st, 2016. This is when we determined that every single property in Ontario could have reasonably sold for its current state and condition at a particular point in time. Provincial legislation determines when MPAC conducts each province-wide assessment update and sets the valuation date for each cycle. Next slide, please. The reassessment that was scheduled to occur in 2020 was postponed by the province to provide stability and certainty to Ontarians, to enable municipalities to focus on responding to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. As this result, property assessments continue to be based on the legislative valuation date of January 1st, 2016. This should not have a negative financial impact on municipalities, as MPAC continues to maintain and update assessment roll to reflect the changes such as new construction or improvements to property. For building structures, MPAC delivers a value for new buildings. MPAC delivers a value as of January 1st, 2016 to ensure there is equity when comparing to existing properties. Next slide, please. Ontario property tax system is based on everybody paying their share portion what it costs to deliver community services. To do this, all properties are assigned a valuation at a common valuation date, a value at a common valuation date. This principle is called current value assessment. And this is the price a property might be reasonably expected to sell for by a willing seller to a willing buyer after appropriate time and exposure on an open market. Next slide, please. Although the assessment update has remained paused, our work continues to keep property data up to date. Property owners will still receive an assessment update, property assessment notice from Impact if there is changes to their property. Last year, in November of 2022, Impact sent out almost 800,000 notices to reflect changes to properties. Once the province announces the next assessment-wide update will take place and when the valuation date will be, we will let you know, and we can work to have meaningful conversations as we work to finalize the assessed values within the town of Saugeen Shores. Next slide, please. How do we value properties? Let's talk briefly about valuation in Ontario. There are 3 industry-wide standards approach to value. First, we have the direct comparison approach, which takes sales to compare properties and analyze the properties assessed through this approach is mostly for residential properties. Then we have the income approach, which is where the revenue is not tied to the real estate and not tied to the business from that location. In other words, it is a revenue being generated by the Walmart rather than the income by the way the rent the landlord can generate through the ability to rent the space to Walmart. This method requires detailed analysis of income and expenses, both for the property being valued and other similar properties to determine how much income the property could potentially make to generate if it was sold in the open market. And then lastly, we have the cost approach. And we use this approach for properties that do not sell too often. And these properties are more complex. And these properties are basically like your, like your automotive plants and so forth. Next slide, please. So what draws our attention to a property? It is typically one of the following things: a market sale, a request from a municipality or a property owner, building permit activity, a request for reconsideration, or an appeal. Impact's role is to take building permits and plans and turn them into assessment. The sooner Impact can deliver assessment, the sooner our municipal stakeholders can realize new revenue. Every year, we process an average of 300,000 building permits of new development or renovations. Next slide, please. As you can imagine, maintaining Ontario's property database is very important. Property data is continuously being updated so that municipal records are accurate when our municipal stakeholders are making important tax decisions. Maintaining Ontario's database includes inspecting and assessing new construction, additions, and renovations promptly, responding to property owners' inquiries, and working to help them understand their assessments. And also, we support municipalities through ongoing support, offering Municipal Connect, where municipal stakeholders can obtain primary source of assessment-related information. And next slide, please. So after we assess a property or change an assessment, we mail the property owner an assessment notice. Sometimes property owners do not agree with their assessment. If a property owner might connect with you and let you know they disagree with their assessment, it is important to remember that property assessments are not taxation. If you get an inquiry, you can help us out by asking the property owners a few questions. If they could have sold their property on January 1st, 2016 for the assessed value, I know that's a very difficult question to answer at this point in time. If they visited About My Property to view the information Impact has on file regarding their property to ensure that their property information is correct. If they've used About My Property to conduct a comparable research on assessed values in their areas, so they can go in there and look up to 100 properties in their area, as well as save 24 favorites. If a property owner still disagrees with their assessment, they have an option to file a request for reconsideration, and we'll review the file free of charge. If there's also the ability to file an appeal with the Assessment Review Board. The fastest way to start a review is by filing an RFR and About My Property, and property owners can also file on impact.ca's website. Next slide, please. And let's talk property taxes for a minute. Let's spend a moment to address the relationship between property taxes and assessments. Assessments distribute taxes, they do not determine taxes paid. When a province-wide assessment update occurs, the most important factor to know is how much the assessed value of a property has changed. Is not how much the assessed value has changed, but rather how the assessed value has changed relative to the average change in that class in that community. Next slide, please. In anticipation of the next province-wide assessment update, we have implemented a strategy to address misconceptions about the relationship between assessed value and taxation, including resources for municipalities that will ensure when an announcement is made, we're ready to support what you need. We have a digital toolkit on impact.ca, and we're constantly updating that. And that we have a complete video library on how taxes are calculated. And we have a complete YouTube channel on different webinars we've done over the last couple of years. And please feel free to go up to our YouTube channel to view any of these. Now I have embedded a video here. Now, being that we're under a little bit of a time constraint, the video is 3 minutes long, so we'll just bypass this slide. The next slide, please, sorry. Yeah, we'll just bypass this slide. It will launch, yeah, if we clicked on it, it will launch a video. So we just want to make sure that at your leisure, please take a look at this video. And I believe the municipality does have this posted on their website under their taxation page for citizens to take a look at it. So let's stay connected. Thanks for having us here today. We want to stay connected. If not already, make sure you subscribe to our In Touch, our monthly municipal e-newsletter, which can be done through impact.ca. And we also have a library of digital resources available, as I mentioned earlier. And be sure to reach out to Lynn or myself if you have any questions or concerns. And now we would open up the floor for any questions or comments, and we have our contact information there for you if you need to address or talk to us. I know that you're under the time crunch tonight, but we would more than willing to field any questions the council may have.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll ask if there's questions or comments from members, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Anthony, thank you for your presentation. And it's always very helpful to hear from Impact. And I guess I had a couple of comments and a couple of questions. Just wondering about the lag time, like in terms of if a homeowner to construct a new home, and I guess it's probably triggered by the building permit. I'm not sure how it's triggered with Impact, but probably the building permit, and they move in. What's the lag time? I know Impact's very busy, and what's the lag time in terms of when the municipality actually receives taxation, and does the resident actually pay taxes even before, or do they hold it into their own reserve account to make sure that they don't get their assessment over 2 years that they're gonna have to pay taxes? So could we have a big bill in 2 years from now? But what's the lag time for assessment for a new home, say?
The average home from the time that we receive the building permit is roughly between a year to a year and a half before we can turn that building permit into actual assessed dollars for the municipality to start levying taxes. But that depends on the builds too. Like some builds are a little less complex than others. But we've worked in partnership with with AMO, and we do have working with Cloud Permit, for example, where we can take now building permits now are sent to us electronically. So the municipality owns Cloud Permit. So they send us the building permits electronically. So they come into our system automatically. And then also too, automatically what comes into us is their building plans. And then from there too, as well, we get the building plans. And then when there's a final or an occupancy date on a particular type of permit that you may have taken out, then we can actually turn around that assessment a little bit quicker, around, I think it's I believe about 120 days quicker than normal, if we have all those characteristics like the building permit, the building plan, final or occupancy date. And then, you know, to answer the question about taxation in regards to people that it may be a few years before we, you know, assess their property, we really can't address that, but it's really up to the property owner to ensure that, you know, they are building and they would know that a tax bill would be coming at some point in time.
So Anthony, what could happen there with the lag time of a homeowner that, I'm going to round it out $5,000 a year in taxes? If it's a lag time 2 years, it quite affect when they get their first tax notice. They could quite very well have to pay 10 grand in 1 year in taxation if the assessment's 2 years behind. Correct? That's simplifying it, but is that the case, right? If
it took that long to finish the project, okay. But if the project was done on our timeline, that's you know, if we and what we are. Yeah.
Same thing with like food basics, grocery store, or hotel, motel, commercials. The same 2 year and a half, 2 year period.
Those ones are a little bit more complex because the building permit would take a lot longer for them to be done. But once that final or that occupancy is granted, we get that information and we use that as a benchmark to put the assessment onto that particular property.
Okay. Just want to follow up, Mr. Mayor. So Anthony, the January 1st, 2016, the current valuation date is we're going to be in 2024, 8 years. And home assessed at $350,000 8 years ago. It was my case, actually, it's right on the number almost. 8 years later, we know what's gone on with property values and quite conceivably that could be, $700,000 today, assessed value or more. But in terms of the mill rate or the tax rate, I mean, it's pretty revenue neutral, correct? I don't know whether it's a question for you or Jim, but so a person paying $5,000 in taxes in 2016 and the assessed value goes up to $700,000 in 2024. It's not necessarily saying the taxes are going to go from $5,000 to $10,000. Is a mill rate? I keep using mill rate, but the tax rate just reduced accordingly, so it's revenue neutral.
I'd be happy to take that question.
Yeah.
Anthony did have a slide there that showed that it's the assessed value times the tax rate equals the taxes that a home will pay. And so we as a municipality, we need to raise so much taxes to cover our costs.
Right.
If the assessed value goes up, then by the simple math, the tax rate would come down accordingly,
Yeah.
so that we're still raising the same amount of tax.
So it's going to be adjusted downward, obviously. We're not going
Yes.
to take that whole, I mean, legally, can you? But you're not going to, but because I mean, we go through the roof, but is it something that happens, Jim?
Well, each year we would be coming forward with a budget, and that budget would again say how much tax needs to be raised. And as you've seen over all your years in council, we then say, here's the changes that are happening in the budget, and we therefore need to raise so much extra money. It's those extra needs that are driving up the taxes. It would not be because assessed value changed.
Gotcha.
It's at the end of the day when it's determined, council says this is how much money we need to raise to cover our costs. At that point, we then say whatever the assessed value is at that time, we calculate the tax rate to give us the dollars that are required.
Right, understood. The last comment, Mr. Mayor, for good to Anthony. The current valuation date of 2016, is there any end to end in sight with the province in terms of what are you hearing anything? Is it 2024? Is it 2030? And what are they looking at? Have you heard anything like at your end?
Yeah, through your worship. No, we haven't heard anything, but I can tell you that we are in direct conversations with the Ministry of Finance on a monthly basis. And we can tell you that MPACT is ready, whatever valuation date that the government does decide. We are at the ready so that, we'd be ready to go as soon as we get that valuation date, which is our anchor. Yeah.
Okay. You're gonna have a big job ahead of you.
I think so. It'll be interesting, but I'm sure we'll be
Yeah.
seeing each other a lot over the next little while once we get that
Yeah.
date.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Are there further questions or comments? I just think, and I know it's not you guys, it's the Ministry of Finance, but it's really critical. And it's an important point to make that the Ministry of Finance needs to set that date. Because the longer we get off in the distance here, it's not just to work for MPAC. When they do that reevaluation, after 10 years, the price of all those homes will and farm properties and businesses will increase significantly, leading to an avalanche of appeals, which will have to be handled by us and by MPAC, and tax write-offs and a whole bunch of things. So hopefully the province is not only considering putting a valuation date on, but also compensation for municipalities to fund the bureaucratic nightmare that we're going to face in implementing this delay, because it's really becoming problematic. What did it say? There was a letter from AMO recently. Every other province has done 6 reassessments in the time that the province of Ontario hasn't done one. It's getting a bit ridiculous. I mean, they need to figure it out. So there's my soapbox. And with that, thanks very much, guys. We appreciate you coming in, and we look forward to working with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Your Worship, and everybody in council. Take care.
Okay, so we're now on to reports of municipal officers and committees. And the first one is a staff report on the Nuclear Innovation Institute revised lease agreement and the CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The Nuclear Innovation Institute in Saugeen Shores is a not-for-profit organization that focuses on nuclear innovation, education, and research. The NII, as we call it, the Nuclear Innovation Institute, has been located at 620 Tomlinson Drive since 2019. So we're all now at this point very familiar with their work. In 2019, the town executed both a memorandum of understanding and a lease agreement with the NII to facilitate their move into the physical space at 620 Tomlinson. On February 13th, Bruce Wallace, President and CEO of the NII, made a delegation to council where he requested that the town consider extending the lease for another 10 years and that the town provide the NII with another term of payment free. Council referred this matter to staff and staff began negotiations on a new lease. Attached tonight to this report is a new lease for council's consideration. Through the renegotiations of the lease, there was recognition that the pre-existing MOU was no longer relevant. It has now been replaced with Schedule A in the lease, which outlines the shared principles around education initiatives, innovation projects, community events, and economic development that both the town and the NII share. If this lease is approved, the town will recommend a member of council to the NII board for appointment starting in January 1st, 2024. And this is included as Schedule A within Schedule A of the lease. By the town securing this position on the board, we will benefit from the same opportunities as a founding member to bring innovative project ideas forward, to set strategic direction for project work, and to participate in NII projects directly. There have been a number of substantive changes to the lease, which is why it took so much time to get back in front of council tonight. There is a list in my report of those changes. Notably, we did work to a lot of work around the term. So the term of this lease is now for 10 years, which also has an option to extend for another 5 years. At the request of the NII, the base rent for the extension of the term would not be based on 50% of the prevailing market rate, nor would there be a cap of $28 per square foot. And this is a noted benefit to the town. In addition, we went through quite a few pieces in order to accommodate the construction of the Aquatic and Wellness Center in relation to the NII facility. And it should be noted that there is provisions in there to allow the town to benefit from the use of the NII space during the construction period. There are a number of other elements there. I think there's a total of 14 that I've noted for council's consideration in the revised lease. In the financial impacts, I do note that there is a cost of the rent that would be deferred, that would be payable to the town. But however, the deliverables that have been negotiated in that Schedule A are intended to compensate for this rental loss. Rent would be collected years 6 to 10 of the lease and any future extension beyond that period. I will note in the recommendation that there is also a goal to repeal bylaws 66 2019 and 67 2019, which were the original bylaws that put in place the lease and the MOU. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. There is a recommendation that council pass a bylaw to approve the lease agreement with the Nuclear Innovation Institute and repeal bylaws 66 2019 and 67 2019. Questions or comments from members? Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Kara, you mentioned that during the construction period, we would be able to use those facilities. We have used them in the past, like for one of our economic development forums, maybe several of them. One of our council training sessions last fall. Did we have to pay a fee to use them then? Use the facility?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if we had to pay a fee for those. My assumption would be that the NII, and again, this is an assumption, has opened their doors for community groups. With our ability to use it going forward, we have provided them with the council and committee schedule for 2024 that was adopted at our last meeting. And they have noted that in their schedule that they would be set aside for us and there would be no fee related to that.
Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just think, and Kara's great work on this agreement, and having an appointed a member on the NII board is really a good thing. You have a strong voice there, and they're obviously doing great things at NII. Could you give me the last comment, the last line in the report? It talks about rent will be collected year 6 of 10, so the first 5 years of the lease will be free of rent, and you talked about the rate would be 50% of the then prevailing market rate. And there will be a cap of $28 a square foot. Just curious, just off the top of your head, today, if they were paying rent today, what would we be taking in on a monthly basis?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I just will clarify that those pieces around the 50% market rate and the $28 per square foot were removed from the previous lease. So that was included in the previous release and does not exist in this lease. So as I noted, that is what I would consider a benefit to the town of Saugeen Shores, because we would negotiate then and for year 6, what the lease rate would be. And it's not already predetermined what the market rate is at this point in time. So to answer your question, I apologize. I don't have a number in my head. I can offer it's about 6,000 square feet, the facility. So yeah.
No ballpark figure. You don't know ballpark figure, what it'd be on a monthly basis? No.
I wouldn't want to guess because it would be negotiated between us, if that's fair.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But there will be rent collected, so that's good news.
Okay, further questions or comments? The deputy mayor?
Thank you. And through you, just for clarification, the sketch of the surrounding area of Schedule B in the lease, is that an old drawing? Or is that reflective of where we're at with the potential construction? I hope it is, because it's exciting.
Thank you for the question. I believe this is the site plan sketch that came forward to council in April or May of this year for council comment on it. There probably has been some minor refinements to it, but it largely aligns with what council saw.
Okay, thank you.
All right, further comments? I think this is a really positive agreement for the municipality having getting that founding member status. I mean, we're making a pretty significant contribution here of the building, and that's being recognized fully. To become a founding member of the NII is generally a $2 million contribution. So to be placed at that level alongside companies like BWXT, Atkins Realis, all of the number of Bruce Power suppliers, along with Bruce Power themselves, I think is a great position for us to be in. It positions us really well as Bruce Power looks to build new nuclear reactors and expand isotopes. All of that effort is going to be done by the people sitting around the NII table. And so to be there alongside them creates a great opportunity for us to be right at the center of basically the largest economic development activity in our region for the next 10 years. So it's a very positive arrangement, and I thank the CAO for her work on it, and the NII as well for their participation. So with that, you've heard the recommendation. I'll ask all in favor. That's carried, and we'll bring Councillor Stack back in. Okay, so now we're moving on to the second item, which is the Southampton sewer investigation, and our project manager, Colin Saunders, is going to take us through that.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. What I'll do this evening here is give an overview of my report, and then we'll introduce Jeff Pasner. He's with RJ Burnside, and he will be presenting his technical memorandum on this. So staff received concerns that there was an odor notice from the sanitary sewer system north of the Saugeen River. In the area of sewage pump stations 4 and 5, which are located along Blanchfield Road and Eckford Avenue. Typically, these types of odors come from the formation of hydrogen sulfide gases. Now, staff looked into it, and we're taking into consideration the design of it, future needs of this system. We felt an engineering investigation was determined as the best course of action, and Burnside was retained to lead this investigation. The original study was to investigate the odor concerns between pump stations 4 and 5. During this study, it was noted that there was also odor concerns in Tyendinaga Drive and the Mississauga Street areas. Further investigation is required to fully identify the cause of the odor in these areas to provide an effective solution. Given the high H2S levels in Tyendinaga Drive and Mississauga Street, which is upstream of sewage pump station number 4, The first step is to investigate this area and what is causing the high concentration of H2S. The staff do agree with this, that we do need to do some further investigation in this to understand it. There's some points that were made in this report. I'll just do an overview, and I'm sure Jeff will give more detail on them. But part of this is to perform a CCT camera investigation of the sewers. Let's look in them and see what's going on. Flushing the sewer system in that area. Additional sampling of the H2S, of course, but possibly even wastewater quality, things we'd probably be looking at. So Jeff Pasner is here from RJ Burnside. He's coming in via Zoom. He's linked in, and he can present his technical memorandum and answer any questions from council.
Thank you, Colin. I think you did a great job, and thank you, Your Worship, members of council and deputy mayor. I think Colin did a wonderful job kind of explaining my report there. Don, is it possible to share my screen quickly? All right. So Colin did a wonderful job kind of explaining the issue. So what causes odors is hydrogen sulfide. Hydrogen sulfide is that unpleasant rotten egg smell that we've all smelled before. And what causes hydrogen sulfide to release in the atmosphere in sewage collection systems? So that depends on the conditions of the sewage collection system. So we've all heard of things going septic. And that's what happens when there's no oxygen. The sewage is in the system for way too long. Basically, all the bacteria eats up all the oxygen, and hydrogen sulfide is released as a gas into the air, causing that unpleasant odor. So we worked with Colin and Ontario Clean Water Agency to set up some hydrogen sulfide monitoring, both upstream and downstream of sewage pumping station 4. So on my screen here, as you can see, sewage pumping station 4 is located on Eckford Avenue. The pink is what we call the catchment area. So basically all these connections and homes, all their sewage goes by gravity and drains by gravity into sewage pumping station 4. Sewage pumping station 4 has 2 pumps, and basically all that sewage that flows by gravity gets pumped 900 meters down to another manhole here by Blanchfield Road and goes down by gravity into sewage pumping station 5. So the first thing we did is we set up some hydrogen sulfide monitors upstream of sewage pumping station 4 and downstream after the force main. So typically, the first thing to note, this isn't a Southampton problem. This is a very common problem municipalities have to deal with. And they're not easy problems to solve. Sometimes it's a needle in a haystack. So we, with Aqua and Avico Industries, who installed these H2S monitors, monitored the H2S concentrations in the sewage collection system. And the results were pretty surprising. Typically, we would see the highest H2S concentrations downstream of the sewage pumping station and after it's pumped through this force main. This force main is a closed pipe system, sorry. So basically, the longer the sewage sits in this pipe, there's no oxygen in that sewage. It's going to form H2S, and when it is discharged into this manhole, it's going to cause a significant odor, which will discharge into the air through manhole cover lids, holes, etc. And that's typically where we see the highest kind of concentration of H2S and where we expect to see odors. But in this case, when we had our monitors, the actual highest concentrations of H2S, which is very surprising, was in the Tyendinaga Drive area and the Ottawa Avenue area. So this portion of sewer has significant H2S concentrations, which is very surprising. So as Colin said, the first recommendation and next step forward is to camera and flush this collection system. I've been involved in a lot of these odor problems, and a lot of it has been a certain user or resident that is discharging some not typical wastewater. Typically, these are butcher shops, tanneries, breweries, and talking to staff, I know these are residential homes, but something is going on here that's causing significant H2S concentrations, and we believe is causing odor problems where we're seeing it at Pump Station 4 and obviously down in this area by Blanchfield where we've received complaints. The most recent complaints we have had are actually by this golf course here by Tyne-Denaga Drive. So the next step as laid out in our report is to further investigate this area of sewer, is to camera it first and flush it. Basically, what may happen if there's a blockage, H2S can occur, sewage is sitting in there too long and causing H2S. The other thing I do want to mention, and as part of a planning meeting we had previously, is I know there's concerns of additional flow going to sewage pumping station 4, but from experience, the more flow going to the sewage pumping station, the better it's going to do. It's going to decrease the retention time and decrease the formation of H2S, which is causing the odor problems. And for reference sake, this sewage pumping station was designed for 36 liters a second. The average flow right now at this station is 1 liter a second. And the average retention time of sewage sitting in here is about 10 hours, which isn't too bad. So there are other options we will consider further. Typically, if there are odor issues, we can consider and evaluate options of chemical addition. Basically, what happens is you add chemical into the sewage pumping station. So just for reference, so everyone can kind of understand what a sewage pumping station is, here is sewage pumping station number 4 on Eckford Avenue. Basically, like I said, all the sewage is by gravity, flows by gravity into this tank. There's 2 pumps in here, and there's 1 pipe. It's about 8 inches in diameter that goes 900 meters down Eckford Avenue into Blanchford, and that's where it's discharged. That's my summary of the investigation so far. It's good and bad news. Sometimes, as I say, it's like chasing a ghost sometimes. Is it one certain resident that's putting some waste in there that's not typical and causing these intermittent odor problems? And it is kind of, we're seeing spikes at certain random times. And the first step before we can go further is to investigate that portion along Tyne-Denaga Drive and Mississauga Street there. I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
Great. Yeah, thanks very much. That's an interesting report. Councillor Grace and then the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jeff and Colin. Very interesting report. I hope that Jeff's, I know Jeff's presentation will be available for residents who want to watch it, who didn't get to see the meeting tonight on the recorded webcast. A couple of things. Your report said, and you talked quite a bit about this, that the wastewater around the Tyne-Denaga, Mississauga area, that there's some wastewater entering the system there that's not typical, and it must be treated prior to entering the sanitary sewer system. So how do you identify the source? And then how would you treat that wastewater before it enters the system?
That's a great question. Thank you. So that is a potential cause of why the odor is entering the municipal wastewater system. That is a potential. So the first step we need to do is eliminate, to make sure there's no blockages in that sewer, to make sure there's not a lot of buildup of solids, which can cause septic and cause H2S to form. So that's kind of the first step. If in fact that is the case and there is some connection that is discharging something not typical wastewater that's causing these significant H2S spikes, it is going to be tough to find. And like I said before, sometimes it's like chasing a ghost. And we'll have to potentially sample the wastewater in that section of area and kind of investigate what type of connections are there. We'll take a look at the video, the CCTV video that we do have, and see if there's any illegal connections, and see what type of industries or businesses that are there, to see maybe something is causing or discharging into the sewer that's not typical residential waste. So that is a very good question. It's not an easy solution. It's not an easy thing to find or to identify. But we have to kind of go through the steps to eliminate, to make sure it's not just a block in the sewer. It's not significant solid buildup in the system, and move forward from there. We will have to do additional H2S monitoring to see if we could capture and identify if that is actually the case.
Thank you. One other question, and that was when you were talking about the capacity of the system heading to or around pump station 4, and that system designed for, I think you said 36 liters per second flow. But typically the flow rate is 1 liter per second. So is that is the conclusion there that there's significant room for capacity? I know one of the concerns of a number of people in the area is part of this problem being caused by more growth, more building. Can you, is it possible for you to draw a conclusion in terms of the relationship between those, between that flow and the factor of growth?
Yeah, it's actually the opposite effect. The station with more flow, the more flow that station sees, is the better it's going to be for the odor problem. As stated before, the longer sewage sits in a sewage pumping station in that force main, the higher potential of H2S is formed, the higher concentration of H2S is emitted to the atmosphere, causing an odor. So I'm telling you, the more growth and more connections to that sewage pumping station will only help the odor problem. It might not solve it, because there might be something entering the wastewater collection system that we need to figure out and deal with and treat, but it will only help. More development will only help the odor issue.
Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Jeff. Presentation, Colin. And find it kind of ironic, you know, that I was called, by the way, I received a phone call early July to come out to Eckford and along the shoreline and up in Taganaga and Taganaga. I always say it wrong, but it's a hard word to say for me. But I was called out to the site and I did go. And before I want to make comment on what I experienced that day as I was standing over the sewer pipe, the grate. You talked about as Councilor Grace mentioned, one liter per second of flow versus 35 liter for build out. And is it not fair to expect during summer months that, you know, when cottages are full and the usage goes up, that, you know, that should really help with flow rate, you think, but it's not working. But as you say, the more development is going to make a big difference. But this was in July during peak time when cottages were full, which was surprising to me. So can you comment on that at all?
Yeah. So the other thing about hydrogen sulfide, and that's a great point, and thank you for letting me know your observations and what you saw on site. So hydrogen sulfide, as temperature gets warmer, it forms more significantly. So that's why in winter months, and we have data to prove it, that the H2S is basically non-existent. So that you don't really typically see during the winter months H2S forming. So it's basically in the June, July, August months where you're going to get those odor problems. Okay. And you brought up a great point that, hey, this is busy season. We have the most flow and we're still having problems. And that is what the data says. And I still think, like, based on the average flows, even during those busy months, wastewater is obviously sitting in there for about 10 hours on average by the time it gets from that sewage pumping station through the pipe and into Blanchfield. So It's not untypical. And like I said, I think we need to look at something that's getting discharged into the municipal sewer system that may be causing the problem upstream of the sewage pumping station. Because on most days, looking at the data, we're not seeing those H2S spikes. And from my understanding and the complaints that the Ontario Clean Water Agency and Colin has fed back to me, it's not an all the time issue. It's an intermittent smell. And on most days, the data suggests that there's not an odor problem. And I think we really need to look at upstream in that Tyendinaga Drive and Mississauga Street area and see what we can find.
Just to finish up, Jeff, and Tyendinaga Drive, and I have trouble saying the word every time. But I was there and I didn't smell anything. Somebody must have flushed, because I tell you, I was standing beside that grate and it blew me away. Yeah, and so for the residents out there, I really, really hope you do find a solution, because it's not pleasant. It's a pretty wicked smell. And so I do hope you find a solution. And the cost, I see what's $15,000 and fairly inexpensive. I guess the fix potentially, if you're putting chemicals down into the system, potentially that could be a lot more expensive. But I guess we'll know those numbers. Colin, will we know this number for budget for 2024, or what would be an implementation time to fix this problem?
We don't have, as far as if we do any different chemicals, no, we haven't looked into that. That's something we have to do over this winter and look. We are doing deodorizers now. The idea is we still have maybe problems, we do have problems that we still have to deal with while we're investigating this. So staff along with Aqua are looking at this, and is there something else we can use?
Sure.
Probably based on experience of other systems and using Jeff's experience. There's, companies out there will in some cases, things will work well, and in our case, maybe they won't.
Right.
So we're looking at that for down on pump station 4 and 5 Blanchfield
Right.
Road area. And we really have to look up at Tyendinaga and Mississauga areas. Is this part of the source? Is this a source?
Colin, I just want to thank you for addressing it. You're tackling it, and we're getting there, making some progress. And I know that there's going to be a solution for the residents, hopefully in the next year, hopefully. So, but thanks for all the good work you're doing on it.
We can understand as staff. We certainly understand that. We've been there. I've been out there, walked along there, and it's definitely a concern. We got to figure this out.
We do.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Okay, Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as Colin well knows, I've been out to Blanchfield as well. And the smell can be overpowering at times. Not always, but that's all right. We'd leave the area. The people that live there are there all the time, and they probably have to put up with it more than enough. Jeff, you said in your report that there may be some foreign substances being put into the wastewater sewers, but it'll be tough to find it. So what do you do? How do you find it? Or do you find it? Because it would seem to me, boy, if we can find that, may have solved our problem.
That's a great question. And I've dealt with these problems many times in my career, and sometimes I've gotten lucky. Like I said, you have to look at if there's any businesses, and I can tell you some examples that have caused it. Like I said, a butcher shop, a tannery, a brewery, a golf course, or a conservation authority that has intermittent use. So what happens is that they have a sewage pumping station, it sits all week, and then it gets discharged intermittently to the municipal system. That has caused problems. And it is like finding a ghost sometimes. And I'm being very blunt and honest. It's not easy to solve the problem. I wish I could say, hey, we could just put in a chemical addition system at sewage pumping station 4 and 5. But I've seen so many times that municipalities have spent huge capital costs, and there's a significant O&M cost, the amount of chemical used, and the odor is still there. And we want to make sure we do the right things, we go through the right steps, and we have a solution, because I understand it smells out there, and there's an odor, and there's residences that have to deal with that all the time. And it's not easy. And like you said, it is an intermittent smell. The data shows that. And we got to go step by step to find that. And you're absolutely right. I wish I could tell you we're going to solve it like this and there's a magic bullet, but I'm being very blunt and honest, and we're going to do whatever we can to cross things off the list and do this the right way.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like you're taking the right steps. So I would ask you, and I would ask Colin the same thing. Is there a time frame on this? Like, if this all gets approved, that we move ahead, would we look for some work being done next summer, next spring? I don't know.
I can start with that answer on that. Now, as far as budget, we have money there now, so we're not really looking for approval this evening. There's money there to move, and staff want to move forward, furthering the investigation now. But we don't want to wait till next summer. There's certain things we can do. We can flush sewers now. We can do CCTV work in the sewers now. We can start doing that investigation now. As Jeff alluded to, though, and part of the problem why we're taking so long this summer to do hydrogen sulfide, we have to put the sensors in the summer. That's the best time to do that. If we're not finding anything else in our investigation right now, that's another step we'll have to take, and that will have to be where the biggest impact is, and that's when the weather is warm. So yeah, our plan is to start now.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think the message here is the municipality is taking this situation pretty seriously. We know folks are suffering with this issue out there, and we're going to move as quickly as we can. We already have money, as Colin has said, to advance work on this. So the work is advancing, and it was nice to hear too that we're not waiting for the results of this to take some steps to try to remediate the issue. Colin pointed out we're already adding chemical to the system. We're already taking steps to try to remediate the problem as much as we can while we wait for the results of this work. So the issue will probably persist, but I think folks out there on the north end of Southampton can be confident that we're working hard to try to come up with a solution to this problem that we know exists. And I'm sure that everyone will line up when it comes out to watch that CCTV footage that these guys are going to produce. So we'll look forward to maybe having that at a council meeting. Okay, so there is a recommendation that council receive the Southampton Sewer Investigation Report for information. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you guys very much. So now we're on to the third report, which is the landfill expansion environmental assessment update. And we have our project manager, Colin, bringing us that one as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to just make a comment. It's very timely. We have a presentation on the food cycler this evening. That's a program that the staff we've been looking into and working on. And I was really excited to see these results. As someone who's managed landfills for many years and working on the expansion and the entrance project, I've come to the conclusion that diversion is very crucial. That's part of what we work on. When you look at different statistics, around 25, possibly up to 30% of the landfill waste is source separated organic. So that's what goes into these food cyclers. It goes into our green bins. You'd never, as we know from the green bin stat I saw tonight, the one stat was in Ottawa, 57% of the people are using the green bin program. But so you're not going to get it all, but that's still a substantial amount. If we could divert 15% even from the landfill, that's a lot of lifetime in our landfill. And as you'll note in our report this evening, we don't have a lot left. So we don't think of it as just as a few years here. Let's think of this as a lifetime. This project, if we do the expansion, everything gets approved, we're looking 40, 45 years or longer, and we can maybe make it last 50 or 55 years if we divert better. So we have to start looking into these programs more. I was quite excited to look at those statistics tonight. It was nice to see. So this evening, we're bringing forward an information report here on what's happening in the landfill project. So operations in this site started in around 1965 for the Southampton landfill. It's located in Saugeen Township. The work was done on it. The entrance was expanded when the Port Elgin landfill was closed in 2007. That's brought in the bins that were brought in there, and it's expanded into scale house scales and that type of thing. That's a separate project, of course, our entrance, but it's still something that's a part of the whole project. The annual monitoring reports are something that's brought in every year. It's regulated by the Ministry of Environment. In our 2019 report, it was noted something, the life expectancy of the landfill is 15.6 years based on the average fill rate over the previous 5 years, and that's the average rate. Now we're looking at moving into the future then, we're looking at 7.1 years based on the maximum fill rate over the previous 5 years. So you have to look at both, and what we're doing here and what we're finding with our landfill in Saugeen Shores is a lot of construction waste, a lot of unsorted waste that it's harder to compact. It's not separated out. So that is not something where we're diverting. It's straight landfill. It's taking up airspace. So that's we have to look at that. It's exciting to have the problem of expanding, but that does also bring problems here. GM Blue Pan was retained into to do a waste management master plan, because the recommendation is to look something for long-term waste. The plan was recognized that the planning process to expand the landfill would take greater than 5 years, and construction after that. So we knew we had to get going at that, and that was in 2020. That report was. We retained GM Blue Plan then in 2020 to start the process of looking at the expansion. There's different points that we're bringing on this evening. So we did hire Matt and Andrea Nelson are taking the lead on this project, and they started in 2020. 2021 is when the physical work started on it. They're going to go over all those stages this evening. We got 3 different stages we're going to talk about this evening. Number 1 would be the commencement of the project, how we're moving forward on the project, environmental assessment process, and then the stage 3 would be the assessment act submission, and then where we're going from there. It's giving some timelines for council of how long this takes. It's a long process, as you alluded to there. We're looking at 5 years, and that's just the planning process. It takes a long time. It's a lot of work. And it needs to take a lot of work. We have to do a lot of science in this before we can even start the process. We look at things that have gone on in the past 50, 60 years ago, and we're dealing with those issues now. So we don't need to do that in the future, and that's why it takes so long. So Matt and Andrea are going to be presenting now. I'll ask Matt, you're up. Andrea, do you want to come up? Okay. We'll let Matt present his report, and then any questions afterwards.
Thank you, Colin. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. As Colin noted, we'll get my slides up and then I'll just say next slide then, or is this? Okay, great. So as Colin mentioned, my name is Matt Nelson. I'm also here with Andrea Nelson, who will help answer any questions. And we'll be going over sort of the bigger picture planning process and trying to get to the next slide here. There we go. Yeah, if you could advance, that'd be great. So I'll go over a bit more about the background that Colin did, and then we'll go through the overall planning process, the EA process. We'll talk to you about the timeline, how we're going to go through that, how we're going to implement the work plan to follow that process. And then I'll get into more detail. So we'll start big picture, and then we'll go into more detail about the work we've done to date since 2020 and the feasibility and the background studies. And then we'll just end with what our next steps are in the short term. Next slide. So as Colin mentioned, why are we here, right? So the landfill is about 7 years left. You're obviously a growing community. And although all of these, a lot of effort's been done on diversion programs, there's still residual waste. So that's the waste left over after all your diversion. And right now that's going to your Southampton landfill. As Colin mentioned, that waste management plan that was completed in 2020 looked at options for the residual waste. With that review, the preliminary preferred option or the preliminary long-term option that seemed best for the municipality was expansion of the existing Southampton landfill site. So there's basically two steps to the process that we're following. The initial step is the feasibility assessment. Will this process even be possible? That's the work that we've been doing since 2020. And then moving forward now, we'll be moving into the actual planning process under the Environmental Assessment Act. And that's itself is a two-step process with the preparation of a terms of reference. Once that's approved, then you move on to the environmental assessment. So this slide provides a picture of what that environmental assessment process looks like. You can see stage one at the top, that's the terms of reference. And we'll talk a little bit more about each of these processes on the next slides in more detail. So once the terms of reference is approved, then we'll move into the EA work, which is evaluates the alternatives to. Once the alternatives to method, alternatives to is assessed, then you look at the alternative methods for the preferred option. And then it ends in the final submission. So stage one of that process is the development of the terms of reference. And that's essentially where we'll be starting at the beginning of 2024. And that process is expected to take all of 2024. And you can see here, this just shows a timeline and the steps. I know we're tight for time and the slides here, so I don't want to, I'll just take questions. But you'll see throughout all of these processes, there's continual public engagement with stakeholders, agencies, right holders, and the community, as well as public open houses or public meetings. So that TOR process or terms of reference process has to be approved through the Ministry of Environment. Once it's approved, again, we'll move to the EA process. So assuming that TOR process takes about a year, this process would occur during 2025 and 2026. And that's when we would, again, look at the first phase, which is development of alternatives to. So again, we'll talk a little bit more on that in detail, determining what option is best. And then once we've confirmed the option of best, then we'll move to the alternative methods. So how you're going to actually implement the preferred option. And then stage three would be mid to late 2026. And that's completion of the final submission under the Environmental Assessment Act. And from that point, that's the planning process. And from there, that's when we would start the detailed design and ECA process. So that's just the EA process. Then to actually do the work, there's more, there's the actual environmental compliance approval and detailed, which requires the detailed design. And that can be another 2 to 3 years beyond that. So the environmental assessment process really completes a comparative evaluation of alternatives for it reviews natural, cultural, social, technical, and economic environments. And we'll just, the next slides, again, I'll try and shorten this a little bit, but we'll walk you through just an overview of this process. So again, I'm just going through that overall process, and now we're getting into a little more of the details. So the alternatives too was discussed in the waste management plan, but as part of the EA process, we're going to vet that more publicly. So that's going to have a more public review of your typical EA process, where you look at do nothing, third party options in terms of disposal through a private company or other options. Landfill expansion is obviously the one of the options that we're most interested in now. We'll also likely look at new landfill established in a new location, and then also alternative waste management technologies that are available at the time. So this will be that first stage of the EA process. From this, we'll end up with a preferred method. Assuming that that preferred method is the expansion of the landfill. I'll have the next slide. Then we start looking at alternative methods to implement that preferred approach. So again, assuming that's the preferred approach, the methods might include vertical expansion, horizontal expansion, or a combination of both. In all cases, I would note that when we talk about expansion, we're talking about an engineered landfill. So currently the landfill now is what we call a natural attenuation landfill, but any new landfill would include a liner and leachate collection system. So just don't think that's in the slides, but very important to note. So currently, we've been going through that feasibility process. So since 2020, once the waste management plan was presented to council and moved for information, we've been working in the background, just doing what we would call feasibility work to ensure that it makes sense to keep going with this process in terms of the constraints. So what we've looked at so far is the natural environment constraints, significant habitat, endangered or threatened species, some of the reports you guys would typically see for any new development. We've also done the archaeology, initial archaeology assessments, including the stage 2 work. And then we've also expanded and done initial hydrogeologic work. And again, the goal of all this was to ensure that the project was even feasible in the first place. So with the natural environment assessment, essentially, the review included field work, field surveys, consultation with the Ministry of Environment and other relevant agencies. And essentially, to date, they've found sufficient space in the development in the lands that you own to house the landfill without causing environmental impact. With respect to the archaeological assessment, next slide. That work included the typical stage 1, which found the potential for archaeological features. So the next step is to do a stage 2 archaeological assessment, which is all the field work, test pitting, pedestrian surveys, and all that work's been done with consultation with Indigenous communities. They've been out to site during the field work and have been the reports have been provided to them as well. With the hydrogeologic investigation, although there's been wells in the vicinity of the existing landfill, additional wells were installed to confirm the geology and hydrogeology in the area. And these wells are being used to confirm the suitability of the system to support a new landfill. So we are on to the next steps now. So that, again, that feasibility work has shown that it's reasonable to expect that the process can continue. Not that it will be an easy or short process, but that there hasn't been any red flags that have that would suggest that we shouldn't continue. So in the currently in fall 2023, we're looking at finalizing those feasibility reports and then start preparing the terms of reference. And then in early 2024, we would start the process to notice of commencements for public information on the terms of reference.
All right, thank you very much. So there is a recommendation that council receive the landfill expansion environmental assessment update report for information. Are there questions or comments from members? Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Jeff, thanks for the presentation, and Colin for all the great work you've done on this as well. And I just wanted to make a comment that back in probably 1980s, maybe, I guess, was it? Our forefathers made a pretty important decision, pretty good decision, to purchase that land for our landfill site. And I'm not sure the exact year it was, but there's pretty wise decision. And but look at slide 3 and 12, I think it was, Jeff. It shows that a piece of property, and I think it was 2 councils back. I was on council at the time. We purchased a piece of land back in, I think it was 2017. I'm not sure the exact year, but we purchased a parcel of land. It's marked red on your on slide 3. I have 2 questions. That's that land that we purchased, part of the study or not, and is it expansionable, or is that more of a buffer area for the landfill site? And so that was one of the questions. And in slide 12, yeah, it shows up better in slide 12, the empty parcel of land there, but it was really the red mark on slide 3. Is that part of the 50-year plan, that piece of land that we purchased in 2017, that we can expand that area? Is it part of the study, or is it outside of there? Is it just, did we purchase that more for buffering? I can't recall why we purchased it for good reason. It's paying dividends now, but so is that part of, can we fill that area?
Yeah. So if you go to, I think if you put up slide 12 again, is that possible? That'll, I think, help the discussion. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to answer your question, it includes the land beyond the current landfill property. So the existing landfill property is to the right, the bottom right, and that's the original pit area that was purchased. So over time, there's been a few parcels that, and I don't know the timing of those parcels, but the area all on the left, which is to the west towards the lake, are the new parcels. And absolutely, so those are the areas that we plan to potentially expand into, of course, subject to the EA and the ECA. But those are that's the plan, is to look at those lands for expansion. They would include both a landfill footprint as well as the buffer.
So that was my question. So the land we purchased in 2017, is it in the top right-hand corner?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's my question.
I wasn't sure. Okay. We wouldn't know. There would be no expansion into that land.
Did we buy that for, that was my question, is do we buy that for buffering? Is that why we bought it?
That's correct. I believe, maybe Colin can expand, but that's for the existing landfill, as opposed to the potential.
Yeah, that on top right corner was looked at. I don't think it was ever looked at actually for expansion. It was more buffering. It was looking at for buffering.
That's in slide 3. That's the part in the top right-hand
Well,
corner is what we purchased.
slide 3 would show the whole site, everything we own.
Yeah,
On
there's a
slide
red,
3,
there's a
yeah.
red box on there.
Yeah,
Is that in
yeah.
the top right-hand corner? Is that what we purchased?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't clear on that. Got it now. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions from members? Councillor Stack and then Halpin.
Thank you. I just had a quick question for confirmation. So, sorry, vertical expansion, does that just mean quite literally storage up? So do we construct something for the storage, or?
No, it's
Just
simply
pile.
just how high you pile it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
you.
It's just,
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I brought up to Colin previously about the issue of mining the old landfill that's there. And they said, well, because it was burnt, you know, there's not much value in that. However, like how much would this environmental study cost before we're to get all these approvals and everything that we have here? What's a ballpark of what this is going to cost us?
People are thinking, you have a comment on it, Colin?
We put in for the next 4 years, we can go through that, and that's going to take in a lot of this process. We're looking at 150,000 a year over the next 4 years. So for maximum $600,000. So we're looking, that's a whole environmental process. That's the public information meetings. That's to deal with the Ministry of Environment. But that doesn't include any construction costs.
Sure. And then
that's what we budgeted. That's what we've looked at.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor. And then, you know, that was an old pit that we're just filling, but a new landfill is going to need like a clay liner collection system and things like that. And with this sort of acreage, what kind of price are we looking at, just ballpark, for that type of construction before we can start putting waste into it? Thank you. I know it's a big question.
Yeah, I would like to report back on that if I could, but it's well over $1 million. Like if you look at the whole, so it will depend on the footprint size. So that's why the amount of liner and pipe, and then the complexity of the collection system controls a lot of that cost. So ultimately, what size of footprint is approved? But it's fair to say it would be over $1 million quite easily. But then you look at it, we typically look at it when we convert it back to a cost per cubic meter, because that's the most relevant cost. So depending on how high the garbage, how much garbage you can fit into your landfill, then that will control the unit cost, which is really one of the critical numbers.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking 1.6 million minimum to get going on this with no inflation or nothing to run into. Is there any value in doing a couple of test holes to see if it's worth digging up, remining part of our landfill? Because in 1965, there was no recycling. And there's very limited, I'm just bringing this up because we dug up a landfill in Chesley, and, you know, we dug up so much steel and so much wood, old appliances, tons of paper, you know, and when we look at these expenses, you know, just like the same thing they found like with a nuclear plant, they talk about, well, let's just mothball it and build another one. And they say, no, we should stay within the footprint. I think that there's value in staying within the footprint of our landfill, even if it means recycling some of ours. And we're easily going to be spending 1.6 or 2 million just to get there. Is there any value in looking at remining stuff that was done, especially stuff that was done prior to recycling programs, which started in a very limited way in 1980? Thank you.
It can be looked at in more detail. When we went through the waste management plan and other waste management plans we've done, the cost for mining and the amount of space you get has had limited value, even in actual practical applications. So there is metal, there are materials. I wouldn't argue that. There's definitely reclamation. The issue comes up in the cost to get all those materials out. How many of them are? A lot of them can be quite contaminated. So then they're mixed with soil and organics and everything else. So it's how much value you get out of all those materials versus how much space you get out again. So then on a per unit cost, it ends up being quite expensive sometimes to actually get much space for the amount of energy it takes. There's also approvals and other things that have to be done to get that space. So my experience to date has been that hasn't been the most cost-effective approach. And it would probably, again, it might have limited volume, so it might buy you 5 to 10 years of space, but then you're back into this process. And there would be a cost with that 5 to 10 years. So we could, could be evaluated as part of the alternatives too. And even on a preliminary level as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Grace, Stack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matt and Andrea, for the report, and Colin, of course. Under the alternatives too, you talk about alternative waste management technologies. Could that include developing new strategies for diversion of construction waste, since that seems to be one of the biggest contributors to the decline of our landfill expectancy, life expectancy?
So the expansion part would focus on the residual waste aspect. Absolutely, all the diversion methods you can do will help the life of the landfill, but it's focused on just managing the residual. So although they're linked and they're very important, intricately linked and important, the EA evaluates only how to get rid of the residual waste. If that makes any sense. It's the diversion is dealt with under different framework.
Step up here. In terms of exactly what Matt said. So the EA will focus on the management of the residual waste. However, as part of the management of the residual waste, waste diversion will be part of any alternative. So no matter what alternative 2 we select, there is going to be the waste diversion will need to also form a part of the alternative, the selected alternative, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes sense. I'm just wondering about residual waste that's construction waste. Is there any opportunity to evaluate some of the to evaluate and recycle, reuse some of the construction waste that we have there now?
Opportunities are always coming up and changing. As you know, waste management is very much evolving at this time. So as part of any recommendation, we would ultimately recommend that we continue to evaluate those opportunities as they arise, and ensure that we keep our finger on the pulse, so to speak. So make sure that as they become available, we're aware of them and we implement as possible.
Okay, Councillor Stack.
Sorry. So just it was really just a comment, and I think I probably should have said it earlier, but I actually think it's great that I know, bureaucracy can feel a bit challenging, but I think the duration and plan for the assessment and the discussion around what's the most appropriate path forward is great. So I just wanted to make that comment because I know it seems like a long time, but given the complexity and the impact of the decision, I think it's very suitable for the types of decisions we're making. I did have one question about the remaining life. So I know we looked through kind of the growth over the last several years of the community. And I know we recognize that I think we said 20% of the population is seasonal. I'm just wondering if we had contemplated sort of what's coming up at Bruce Power with respect to there will be at some point fairly significant dual construction programs ongoing, which will bring a considerable increase in the amount of sort of temporary population that's coming into the town, which I expect will come with increased waste usage or creation. When you factored in the remaining life of the landfill, did we contemplate that type of temporary growth? Because it's a fairly substantial period of time. I think we're talking sort of 2036 to 2032, 4 area. I'm just wondering if we'd contemplated that type of temporary increase in population.
In the waste management plan, we did account for in our numbers and in our estimate of when the landfill would reach capacity. we did account for the increase in population. I believe there was a study done, and I can't, there was a study done for the town that in 2020 or 2019 that kind of reviewed the or estimated the increase in population and what rate it would go at. Ironically, their 2021 number was about 10 persons off. And so we did account for that in the waste management plan. So we were asked at that time, we estimated about 2030, 2032 that we would need to be ready to expand the landfill. Yeah, I think that answers your question. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll go to the deputy mayor first and then the vice deputy mayor. Deputy mayor.
Thank you. And through you, the funding numbers that you gave, this is for Colin. Would it be safe to assume that the majority of that funding will be attributed to the per property waste management fee that we've been collecting for the last number of years, the extra fee? Is that where that funding is going to come from?
The funding, like we're talking 150,000 a year, that funding, a lot of that will be set into reserves now, and those reserves are built based on those fees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I just want to echo what Councillor Grace said. Having heard lots of reports about the length of the landfill, it always seemed to be way out there. 7 years is not that long. And in fact, all of the timing and the studies that have been mentioned here tonight go beyond 7 years. So that's a pretty scary situation to imagine that there could be a time when we do have to imagine trucking waste from here somewhere else in a little interim there until we get another situation in place. I would appreciate at some point some regular education or public awareness or proaction with both the construction development industry and with residential stuff about just really practical ways to start, diverting even more, or just a reminder of how to do that so that, we do what we can do to make 7 years stretch into 9 years if we can. And it is just education. The food cycler program is great. I think a lot of people will have heard the numbers tonight. I didn't participate, and that's pretty exciting. So hopefully we'll manage to get a bigger project here, a bigger program with that over the next couple of years. But any other opportunity to encourage a developer to do something else rather than truck something out to the landfill, or to find some other way of recycling that material, that would be great. But I think those of us that deal with residential waste, we need to be regularly reminded too of good things to do so that we all can, in small ways, and some of us in bigger ways, do our part to extend that. Because I appreciate you said it's at least $1 million. Well, I can think back to previous councils when we heard lots of $1 million talked about for this kind of thing, and it was always a good idea to start a savings account, which we did, which we're now tapping into for this work. So that was very good planning. But certainly this is a legacy kind of investment. So I appreciate you mentioning about a generation or 40, 50 years down the line. We got to do it right, but we have to try and remind ourselves all the time of things we can all do to make the situation a little bit better going forward too. Thank you.
Thank you, the vice deputy mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Luke. I know we're really talking about the environmental assessment process, feasibility assessment. We're also talking about life expectancy, a landfill site in Colin. 7 or 8 years ago, we invested $300,000 or $400,000 in a compactor. And has it been effective? And is that compactor still in good shape?
Well, yeah, that compactor is used every day, all the time on that. We certainly have a procedure in how the operator works it. It's effective only to the limit of how much time the operator has. And there's one of the problems we have found in there. And this is why I think it's crucial when our new entrance is open, we do put money in a budget for someone to be at the front. And what we get into now is we have the operator be on the compactor, who'll be pushing the waste up, ready to compact it down. And they would be called up front because someone's throwing a TV in the wrong spot, or someone's throwing a couch in the wrong spot and he's taken away. And then the garbage then piles up. And the ideal limit is to spread it out about 6 inches deep and compact it. So the compactor actually is still working. It's at its last legs for sure. But yes, it's been good purchase, but I think it's crucial that we get someone out front that actually helps when we talk about diversion too. People, everything's going to be put in the right spot there. Yeah.
The sales pitch was, and it was good, that was to extend the life extension of the landfill site compaction.
It absolutely does.
And it did that. And so it's probably, it was 7 or 8 years ago, it's probably 300 or 400 grand. So it's probably due for replacement, no doubt.
Yeah,
Anyways.
it's had work done on it for sure. And yeah, and it's going to be earmarked for replacement.
Thank you.
And it's a good purchase. I would never ever recommend going without one.
Okay, quickly, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. The biggest way to get around the construction waste is through the pocketbook. It's simply just through the pocketbook for the unsorted waste, because if the construction waste was separated by wood and by steel and everything like that, that would help a lot. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Yep, and we have in the past taken that tactic, consistently increasing those prices. I'm sure we'll evaluate them. I think the key thing to think about here is that this is, like most things, there's no one solution to this issue, right? We have to do diversion, and we have to do landfill expansion, and we have to do compaction, and we have to do and maybe reclamation, and all of these things. There's several different things that we have to do, and we need to do them all at once. This is a process we, as the deputy mayor, I think, highlighted, the time constraints are such that we need to advance this and get it and make sure it continues to advance so that we can get to this point. The bottom line is a landfill expansion is not an option. It must be done. We have to get to a point where we can do it. And hopefully at the same time, we can convince folks to divert more waste from the landfill so that we can buy more time and when we do expand, make sure that expansion might be the last one we ever have to do. That would be nice. It's going to be expensive. My guess is you're lowballing it at $1 million. I suspect it's going to be considerably more expensive than that. And as the deputy mayor also rightly pointed out, we're prepared for that expense. Municipality is planned to do this, so we can do it. We have the money. We will have the money to do it, and we have the process in place. It's a good process. Only one question about the process. We're going to require the minister to approve a terms of reference at the end of next year by the timeline. What kind of process is that these days through your experience? Like, how long does it take the minister to give approvals on any stage of a landfill site approval process?
In terms of the terms of reference, from what I've been seeing is 6 months to a year, depending on how much feedback or concerns, or it depends on if you get immediate approval, or if it comes back to the drawing board and they ask you to make certain revisions. So that could take us into 2025. However, the environmental assessment or the reporting for the environmental assessment can be advanced during that time. Okay. So I can be working on the review of the alternatives too, while we're awaiting terms of reference approval. So while it might take a little extra time for an approval to come through, the work can still be being done and then ready to implement.
Well, that's good news. And in terms of the environment, when you get to the end and you're submitting your EA, in terms of like environmental compliance approvals and things that follow the completion of an environmental assessment, how is the ministry turning those around these days for landfill sites?
Those are mixed in timing, but often part of the delay are the studies that need to be completed. So at this point in time, we've read, and primarily the hydrogeological work. So at this point in time, we're already advancing those studies. So we think that we'll be in a good position in terms of the environmental compliance approval and submitting our application at such a time that the EA process is complete.
Well, that's good news.
So there will be a lot of overlapping pieces. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can add to that. So the ECA process, you're right, will probably be I said 2 to 3 years, and that's because there's two components. One is the landfill design, so the technical design, and the other component is the environmental. And that's primarily the hydro G. So those two components will happen, even though a lot of that work's been done in the EA process and the environmental assessment process. It's done more detailed, and now you have technical reviewers looking at the information.
Well, that's good. Well, we really appreciate your work on it. I'm glad to have experts like yourselves advancing us. It's a complicated process, and so anyway, good luck with it. Thanks for your work, and looking forward to seeing it advance. You've heard the recommendation on this, so I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so now on to an easy one, expanded access to dogs on the waterfront review, and we'll bring up the chief building official for the report.
Good evening. This report is follow-up to the review of the summer's expanded access for dogs on the waterfront. In July, the town allowed dogs north of the flagpole in Southampton and the section of beach from Izzard to Bruce Road 25 in Port Elgin. We allowed the morning and evening for dogs on that beach. During the summer, staff tracked emails regarding dogs on the waterfront. The emails were attached to this report for review. The trends that were voiced from the emails that were concerned of the dogs being allowed on the beach were that there was lack of enforcement. Owners allowed dogs off leash. Owners did not clean up after dogs. So there's environmental concerns, and the time of day pilot was not being followed. Dogs were on the beach all day. Then we had the trends that we received that were supportive of dogs on the beach, and the trends of those were most responsible dog owners are following the rules. There'll always be a few that break the rules. The expanded areas let families and pets enjoy the waterfront together, and the designated areas offered a balanced selection of waterfronts with dogs and dog-free areas. So during the summer, the Saugeen Shores Police they up their patrols of the beach through their problem-oriented policing officer initiative. They did 75 foot patrols of the beach, and they also did patrols on bike. So they couldn't give me the exact numbers on how many bike patrols they did, but they did quite a lot of bike patrols on the beach. Reviewing the feedback from the public, it is recommended that the expanded access remain. I'm open for any questions.
Okay, so it's, excuse me, it's recommended that council endorse the continuation of the expanded access for dogs on the waterfront. All in favor? I was just kidding, but I could have done it. I really could have pulled that off. I thought everybody would joke on that. All right, questions or comments? We'll go with Councillor Stack.
So I hesitate to make an inference, but I'm going to anyways. When I look at the summary of the complaints, it looks like the bulk of the complaints are issued after hours, which indicates to me that the bulk of the dog usage is after hours. When we're seeing, I mean, again, I'm just sort of making an inference, and it's again not founded in, unless you can correct me. But when I look at this, it does look like the majority of the complaints we're seeing are after hours, which is off high use times in the beach. So my sort of general comment would be, yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are folks who don't comply with the rules, but it does actually look like for the most part, the bulk of the complaints are happening after hours, off peak usage, which suggests to me there's some value in this. So I just wanted to make that comment. And the other thing I just had, and I know it's kind of come up in a few of the comments, is two things. One on the leash in the water. So I know we say leashes at all times. So I think maybe it's a question of the clarification. So really the premise with the leash is your dog's not swimming far out. The dog's got to be walking along the beach and can only really reach into the water the length that you're willing to go with the leash. So it's not, because I think there were some complaints about people suggesting like it just doesn't make, it's difficult to imagine a scenario in which you're allowing a dog to go swimming with a leash that's not sort of 60 feet long. So is the expectation, maybe just as a point of clarification, the expectation is people are controlling their dogs the entire time, and that we do not want them, based on the way the bylaw is written, it's impractical to allow a dog to actually go swimming with a regular leash. Is that sort of the, I know it's a bit of a difficult question. I'm just trying to visualize how you, like, I had a golden lab. And I can't envision a scenario in which I could bring him near the water and have him go swimming with a leash. So the expectation is effectively dogs aren't swimming. They can only go as far as the owner can reach the leash.
I don't know what the expectation would be, but I know the wording is it's leashed onto the land. So if they get far enough out, the bylaw doesn't cover far out water. So I don't know. Yeah.
So yeah, fair enough. I think that's just the kind of the overall, some of the feedback from residents is that it was a bit confusing on how we would, I understand it. It's just maybe a point of clarification that merits further clarification. The only other comment I would have, and I think it was triggered from someone else's comment around Airbnbs and ensuring that visitors understand the bylaws. It may just be something to consider. Do we put, and maybe it's on the website already, do we put sort of for people operating seasonal residences, just a list of sort of bylaws that we expect visitors to use, including the dog beach regulations, or bylaws. I think that's something that was also commented on by folks, is just making sure visitors understand the rules and expectations. I know I saw the signage, but I think it's just an opportunity for further clarification. Thanks.
Any comments to that, CBO?
Oh, we do list it on the website, but we could look into further social media blasts.
Yeah, sorry, I think I was thinking it's something on the website that for people who own and operate seasonal residents, say, hey, here's a list of rules you should just give to your visitors. The dog beach, I don't know what other bylaws are relevant that perhaps visitors may not know, but that was a theme that came up in a couple of comments.
Sure. Well, certainly, I think staff can take that under advisement. Thanks for that. So I got Councillor Mayette, and then Davinsky, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll try and be brief. I will be in favor of the recommendation. My experience and observations, particularly with the timed beach, the Gobles Grove North Beach, were that people were by and large following the before 9 o'clock and after 6 p.m. rule. And when I stopped and spoke to people, they said, oh yeah, we go home by 9 o'clock, and after dinner we bring them out. Are there exceptions to that? Certainly there are. And are there other people bringing their dogs on beaches that aren't allowed? Certainly there are. It could be from non-informed people or visitors. And you're never going to get 100% compliance. If we were to turn this down today and go back to the way it was, you're still going to have people bring their dogs to the beach from time to time. It's one of them things that you're just never going to eliminate. People did it before we had this bylaw. I think putting some guidelines around it was a prudent thing to do. My recommendation would be to consider the timed beach area for the Southampton beach as well, just to give people some, if we were going to put any changes to this, just to give people some guidelines and try and at the most part limit the interaction between visitors, beach goers, I should say, and dogs. And with regards to the off leash, there was some ambiguity around that, because when this was first passed last year, there was a post on the Saugeen Shores Police Service social media post, and it said dogs need to be leashed at all times when they're not swimming. That was the way the post read. So I think a lot of people took that to mean what you're referring to is, there's not much point taking your dog to the beach if you can't throw a stick in the water. And how can you have a leash long enough that the dog can run out, swim out and get it? And your point then, Josh, is well taken, that the jurisdiction of the town ends at the wave sand interaction. And when a dog is in the water swimming, then he's no longer on the beach. He's in a non-restricted area. So that to me makes perfect sense. And when I took my dog to the beach, I walked him on a leash. And when we got out his squeaky toy that he likes to fetch, I took him off the leash and I threw it out, and he brought it back 2 or 3 times. And then we put him back on the leash and we walked him back to the car. And that's what most people were doing. And I don't see anything wrong with that. And so for those reasons, I will be supporting the continuation of this very sensible piece of bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only 3 times? You threw it out for the dog only 3 times? That's only a 10-minute stay. Excuse me. I will be supporting this as well. There has been some confusion about on land and on or in water. And so we are saying, once that dog enters the water, it doesn't have to have a leash on. Is that what we're saying, Josh?
The bylaw reads that it's on the land, so.
On the land?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it only pertains to the land. And that's common sense, as my colleague here has mentioned. Once the dog came in and it was over, time to put the leash on. Don't let it run around. I am disappointed in the number of complaints for Southampton Dog Beach at 19, which is the highest anywhere. And I've been out there 3, 4, 5 times this past summer just to see what was going on. And everything was going swell. Dogs were having fun. And of course, we saw the video about the dog visiting a homeowner and so on. And we don't want that. But to the Southampton people or to the visitors, abuse it, you're going to lose it. And you don't want that. So overall, I think the bigger picture is that it is worthwhile giving another year's chance at this. It's not etched in stone. If it doesn't work, we can still come back and change it. But I will say, I liked Councillor Stack's idea, and we should have little just pieces of paper with that sort of thing on that can be used at the motels. And I brought this up a while back based on the businesses that were saying to me, let's have it because a lot of people are bringing their dogs on vacation. Well, then maybe we should have it at these motels and hotels and what have you, and hand it out to those that are using the hotels and motels. Otherwise, I'm good to go with it. And I'd like to, I'm not in favor of a timed thing at the Southampton Dog Beach. Still believe in 24/7, and I will support this. Thank you.
Okay, so I have the deputy mayor and then I'll get Councillor DeHame after that.
Thank you. Couple things. One of the good ways to communicate with anybody who owns property here is by a tax bill. So as a suggestion, I know there's often information that goes out, but certainly short-term rental properties, somebody owns them and that owner would get a tax bill. So it's one trigger that might alert them to the fact that we're trying to provide an opportunity and they could help us provide it properly. I agree with Councillor Mayette about time of use situations. I think it's confusing when there are 2 situations and they have different rules associated with them. So I respect, the comments of people from Southampton who commented about how the situation in Southampton was not that attractive and was not in fact, desirable from their perspective for the use of the waterfront. I think time of use seems to have worked in Port Elgin for the most part. I would have liked to have seen, and I know I didn't ask for it earlier, but we didn't really get an assessment of how they were used, if there were certain days that were busier than others, if it was, early in the morning, early in the evening, if, there were a lot of dogs on the beach, say 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when there potentially would be a lot of people there using the towel space. So I would be in favor of time of use at both sites. I think one of the other items that came up was about signage situations. And, I certainly notice signs and take the time to read them. I think there was some confusion though with some of the signage. So I know the report says that there's no costs associated with this report, but I would think that going forward, if we follow through with some changes to enable this in the future, that maybe we should take a second look at the signage and just make sure that it's the best that it can be at both locations. I do think, though, that dog access to the waterfront goes beyond these two sites. So, there are other locations on the shore that also do enable dogs to have access to the waterfront, albeit maybe they're not the most attractive in terms of the geography or what's on the surface. But, we do have opportunities in Saugeen Shores along the waterfront for 12 months of the year access to the waterfront, 24 hours of the day. So, I think that there were some comments, there were some complaints, and certainly they did reflect, I think, the Southampton situation based on the report. And so consideration of time of day, there might be something good to take into account. Two other things. There's a lot of issues with enforcement. And of course, this doesn't speak to enforcement. So going forward, I think it's gone beyond, just reminding people your dog's not supposed to be there. We need to start ticketing some people, and we need to show that we really mean what we say. And so should this progress, I think it needs to have some pretty solid enforcement in terms of penalties. Also, there was one comment in one of the emails related to other activities at the beach specifically. So I'll bring up the one that was mentioned. For one weekend, for one Saturday, basically, late in July, there's an awful lot of people that would use the beach area associated with the Southampton situation, particularly closer towards the harbor. It's the Marine Heritage Festival. There's cardboard boat races, and there's a kids activity on the shore. I don't know if there's potential, but for an activity like that, it'd be really nice to say for, these 6-7 hours, if it is an all-day kind of situation where dogs can access to the beach for this period of time, not cool to have a dog here. It's most people are pretty good with controlling their dogs and keeping them on the leash, but it happens all over town. As a matter of fact, when I left my house to come here tonight, there was somebody on my street with their dog off a leash. I didn't even see them with a leash in their hand. And so dogs are not on leashes everywhere. And I think when there's potential for an event like that at the waterfront, maybe there might be some consideration to just a little bit of a limit for a particular period of time for a very particular reason when we're expecting a large crowd of people there, because animals and large crowds don't always mix. But I would be very much in favor of consideration of time of use that would be consistent for both locations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Duhaime, and then Grace.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, Mayor, I'm in agreement with Councillor Mayat and Deputy Mayor Huber with using time of use in Southampton, just so it's consistent with the Port Elgin beach south of Green Street or Izzard there.
Oh, we lost you. You went on to mute there, Justin.
Yeah, sorry. The times I've been around Southampton at the flagpole and looked out on that beach going north towards the river, it has been a lot busier, especially the last few years with COVID. So I would support it if we made Southampton time of use. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with a lot of the points that the deputy mayor made about the fact that there is some confusion. And I think having the Southampton beach continuing on with 24/7 is just going to exacerbate that confusion. If you think about it, if this bylaw passed as it's written now, and as we've had it in place this summer, we would have 4 different zones of dog behavior. We've got the pre-existing dog beaches at North Shore Park and north of the river. And then we have the Port Elgin timing situation. And then we've got Southampton, which you're allowed to go to north of the flagpole 24/7. And then we have all the other beaches that dogs are not allowed in at all. And I think that's too confusing, even with the best of intentions. And I'm not saying that these people who are allowing their dogs to run free, for the most part, they're not doing it diabolically. I think it's genuine confusion. There may be visitors who don't know to go on the website. They don't know what the information really, what the rules are, and they're modeling or they're following what they're seeing modeled elsewhere. And so I think it would make it much easier if we were consistent with these two beaches and have them both on the restricted times. So that's what I'd like to see. I also agree that we have to get tougher with infractions because, we read in a number of comments about people calling to complain. By the time the authority gets there to do anything about it, they've gone. And so there's really nothing that's part of the, I think that's part of our enforcement process because our bylaw officer, we have one bylaw officer. She's very busy. She only works on weekdays during the day. She has a lot of other responsibilities. And yes, we have increased our police patrols and police support for this, but I think for that enforcement piece to really work, we have to put some teeth into it. So that's my thought on this. I would support it if it was amended to have the time restrictions on the Southampton portion of the beach.
All right, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I agree about a uniform use of time. Makes it simple, makes it easy. I also agree that there needs to be more enforcement. And I'd just like to point out that people have a real hesitancy to call the police about what they would otherwise consider a nuisance issue. But we need to let those people know that that's who they have to call because that is the format that we chose to use. I'm going to put one other thing out there. And I would say that I would agree in Port Elgin, south of Izzard, I have seen some non-compliance, but I've not personally received a ton of complaints about that. I wonder though, if we would consider in Port Elgin is just have the main beach, no dogs, except for in the winter months. Because one thing I keep pointing out is that Port Elgin has the biggest population and we really have the smallest beach. And a lot of people, when they go to that main beach, they don't walk past that second or that first outreach there. And, when you look, if a lot of people really don't like dogs and they're, it's hard to say that to someone with a dog. Well, I don't care for your dog, but would that be too much to ask? It's just that main beach in Port Elgin, no dogs, and mid-November till mid-April.
I think that is, if I stand corrected, I believe that is the law right now, isn't it, Josh?
Yeah, currently there's no dogs on the main beaches.
No, but there is now.
It's against the bylaw.
We allow it from Izzard to CAW, that's the area, but the main beach, you're saying north of Izzard or?
Well, the main beach, you can have dogs in October on, is that not correct? Or am I mistaken?
In the winter time, yes.
Yeah, so I was asking just like, not just October. How about from mid-November, like winter? When there's not, because people use that beach and
yeah,
I would just like to extend the no dog thing there. Thank you.
I see. Sorry about that. I misunderstood what you were saying there. Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
It's gone right around the table, and I just think Councillor Grace mentioned it, and I'll agree with her in that. I really think we need to throw $6,000 or $8,000 at this summer in their budget for 7-day-a-week service, not 5 days a week. I know police services do their best, but I think you pay somebody $15, $20 an hour for 15 hours a week and you provide 7 days a week, not 5 days. I think that's a problem. I really do. I think we need to step up our education, step up enforcement, stop fooling around, as Councilor Grace and Deputy Harris mentioned. Let's get serious and issue the tickets on the spot. I think we probably could use 1 or 2, maybe more garbage containers north of the flag, and I think that the hours should be same. I think they should be the same. For south of Izard, north of the flag, that before 9 and after 6. I absolutely agree with everyone around the table who said that, and I'd even be prepared to make a motion to amend this motion here to say that, because I think that we need to be consistent in both areas.
It sounds like we have pretty good consensus around that item to make the rules uniform in both locations. Does anybody object to that? Councilor Davinsky objects to it. So all right, well, maybe we'll have a resolution then if there's some objection to it. So okay, so first and foremost, then, is there a motion to amend the recommendation to make uniform time of use between the two locations? The Vice Deputy Mayor, Councilor Grace, all in favor of that? And opposed? That's carried. All right. And so now the recommendation is amended, and I'll just make a couple of comments of my own. This is an intractable issue. It just goes round and round. There are about half the population on one side of it and half the population on the other. And so no matter which direction we choose here, we're going to get people in the community who don't like it. I think the key thing for us is to pick a path here and stick to that path. And I think it's important to remember too that my experience in the section of beach north of in Southampton is not as great. I have a great deal of experience on the Port Elgin section of beach south of Izard, and there has always been dogs on that beach. Always off leash. That whether it was under the old bylaw or the new bylaw, that's always been the case, right? So whatever our bylaw position is doesn't really change the behavior of the public. They don't really. Most people in the public have no idea what the municipal bylaws are, and no matter how many pieces of paper you show them, they're never going to know, right? They're just not going to pay attention, and they're going to do what they want to do until they're corrected. I think it shouldn't come down to complaints. Most times we do our bylaw enforcement on a complaints basis. I think in the case of activity on the waterfront in particular, we need to convert to a more proactive type of policing. I do not agree that requires more funding. The idea that we are underfunded in law enforcement in the town of Saugeen Shores is absurd. We spend more money on law enforcement in the town of Saugeen Shores than any other municipality in Bruce County by a long shot, and we have a bylaw enforcement officer. What the problem is tactical. We need our bylaw enforcement and our law enforcement to change their tactics on this, and that means blitzes at certain times of the day in certain locations, ride check style enforcement in certain places on the main beach, direct proactive enforcement that targets certain things at certain times of day. And as soon as people get the sense that they might be caught with a large force presence at particular times, they'll stop. It's tactical, and we have the boots on the ground to do a tactical maneuver like that. It's just that we're not, and we need to. So I hope the police service board members will go and let the police chief know that we need that kind of tactical approach to address this issue. But more money won't solve it, because you still won't be able to get there at the time when somebody calls. You need to do proactive enforcement at those locations. So I'm not interested in. I certainly won't be supporting increased funding for the project. We got lots of money in law enforcement, but I do support the recommendation on this front. I think this is a good path forward, and certainly with the amendments is the right thing to do. So you've heard the recommendation, and I'll ask all in favor. And opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right, so now we will move on to which one are we on here? Number 5, the 2024 business plan and the Director of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did notice that I'm bookended between the dogs on the beach and animal licensing. Not sure if that means anything. So for the 24 business plan, as you're all aware, we have full day sessions planned on November 22nd and 29th, and we'll be sending out the material for those sessions on November the 1st. In advance of doing that, we thought it'd be worthwhile to have this time today to just give you a little overview of where we are on the budget and the business plan, and what you can plan to expect to see when we bring the material forward. With this business plan, this is the first time that it's based on a 10-year asset management plan. That plan has detailed all of the core assets that make up the vast bulk of our assets. There is still some work remaining on non-core assets that we'll be doing in the coming years. But as I said, that's a small piece of our asset base. We've also began work on long-term planning for operating, as well as reserves and debt that we'll continue to work on in preparation as we head into the following business plan. As it relates to this business plan and the challenges that we're facing, one of them is inflation. And as I think everyone is aware, inflation has been running high compared to what we've seen historically. And so it's been anywhere in the range of 3 to 5% over the last year. In addition to inflation, the business plan is going to be facing the various major initiatives and division highlights that council will be considering. And that varies from items that we do not have control over and compared to areas where we might be improving or enhancing service or doing studies that are one-time initiatives. One area that we do not have control of here directly within the town is the Westerio dividend. Right now that's forecast to reduce by 100,000. That has an impact on this levy of about 0.5%. With any of the major initiatives or division highlights, if they're annual ongoing costs that will be putting upward pressure on our tax rate. Many of the major initiatives and division highlights we have are related to studies or one-time costs that we're doing. And those have little or no impact on the tax rate itself, but it does have an impact on our tax stabilization reserve. And I'd like to go into a little more detail on that just to put that into perspective. At the moment, we have a reserve that's somewhere in the balance of approximately $2 million. The Aquatic and Wellness Center Transition Plan will be using up 700,000 of that reserve in 2024. In addition to the other one-time costs that we have in the plan and the carry forward of the 600,000 that is a base deficit that was in the 2023 budget, that will put the 2024 budget deficit somewhere in the neighborhood of about $2 million. That does sound like a large alarming number, but we need to keep in perspective that we typically each year do have a year-end budget surplus. So that would typically cover a good portion of that deficit. And this, I think we do have a number of one-time studies in 2024 that won't continue into future years. So it should be manageable, but I did want to highlight that there is always a risk in using reserves and reducing our future flexibility. Moving on to the capital portion of the business plan. There too, we have significant challenges, as you're all aware. Just like anywhere in the country, the town of Saugeen Shores has an infrastructure deficit. And staff have been working to address what capital needs are required to address that deficit through 2032. And it's not surprising to say that the costs to do so are significant. On average, between 2024 and 32, the plan includes up to $37 million of spending annually, with almost 20 million of that would be covered ultimately through taxes. We do have a portion of that will be covered through the tax stabilization reserve. That's historically 3 million. We have transfers from DC that are typically in the $6 million range, and funding from water, wastewater, and other grants is about 3 million. That does leave a shortfall if all capital projects were to be done that are in that plan of somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 to $8 million. That is a significant number that is tough to digest. But what we tried to do, similar to what we've done on the operating side, is to identify spending by service priority levels. Those priority levels being it's a base, meaning that it's required to be done. It's really not an option. And then the others where it is optional, but we've coded it as either a high, medium, or low service priority level. This is staff's interpretation of how we feel council would be ranking these. But as we bring it forward to council, you'll be able to see what all those rankings are and adjust them accordingly as you see fit. So with those service priority levels, and if council decided, as an example, that we could only afford to be doing the base requirements and the high service priority items, that would still leave us with approximately a shortfall in the neighborhood of about $2 to $3 million. If we were to address that in a single year, that would result in a double-digit tax increase, which I'm sure most of council or all of council would not be interested in. However, we do have options in that we're looking at this from a long-term perspective. We do have the ability to use debt and to use reserves to try and soften the blow of this large investment in our infrastructure to meter our increases over a period of time so that residents have time to adjust to the changes. If we were to do that and do an incremental approach through 2032, we would be looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of a tax rate increase related to capital of 1 to 4%. 1% if we were just to do the base and high priority items, and 4% if we were to do the entire plan. As opposed to doing it via tax rate, council might also wish to consider doing it as an asset lifecycle replacement special levy. Similarly, we would ramp that up over a number of years. And if we were to do that, then the rate in 2024, or the cost of the special levy in 2024 for an average home, and by average, I'm referring to a home that has an impact current value assessment of $314,000. The cost would be approximately $25 if we were to do base and high, and if we were to do the entire program, it would be about $80 a year. And we would be increasing by that $25 a year each year until we get to 2032, and when we're in the neighborhood of around $200. And that would then be level funding that we would carry forward, that would then every year be able to fund the appropriate investment required to keep our infrastructure at the lowest life cycle cost. We'll be discussing all of this in finer detail in November. So this is just a brief overview to allow council to know that we're working on putting this together so that council has options to consider. And those options will allow council to do that balancing between the service levels that the community is getting and what is affordable, and finding that correct balance that meets the needs of our residents. Just to wrap up on a minor note, I like to note that last year we did not provide paper copies of the budget material. I've had requests from 2 councillors that we do so this year. So we'll be happy to do that for any councillors that would prefer to have paper copies. We can put those together. Just let us know by the end of this week and we'll have binders available for you later next week.
Okay, thank you. So there is a recommendation that council receive the 2024 business plan report for information, and just remind members, as Jim pointed out, that we're going to debate all of this in a couple of weeks. So probably don't need to debate it too much tonight, but if there's any questions or comments or clarification at this point, we'll start with the deputy mayor.
Thank you, and appreciate the advance notice. I found the paragraph, it's at the top of page 2. It's all about the Aquatics and Wellness Center transition plan and reducing the tax stabilization reserve. And there's, some dates in there, 2024, 2026, 2032. I know it'll come up during the meetings later on in November, but I find it very confusing trying to match this up with information we've already received related to funding for the Aquatics and Wellness Center. So I hope that there'll be a nice, clear sort of flow through, because We've talked about using legacy fund reserve funds for this. Now tax stabilization is in there. We received a report recently related, I believe, to the transition plan for the Aquatics and Wellness Center that sort of suggested by 2027 that this break-even point would be about $100,000 out, and now it looks like it's achieving break even in 2032. So that's 5 years beyond that. So I find it all a little bit hard to kind of put together as to how we're actually planning to pay for that facility over time, but how debt fits in there and how reserve fund use fits in there. So I just wanted to highlight that every time I've seen something, it seems to bring in a different angle. So I look forward to a nice, concise snapshot of how that Aquatics and Wellness Center funding situation is taking place. Thank you.
I mean, just for today, for a more simplified version of what I have in there, the bottom line is that ultimately the transition plan is self-funding. And it's drawing down on reserves in the first 3 years and then making it up thereafter. And it will not be funded by debt. The debt is being used to fund the capital investment itself.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Grace, and then Stack, and then the Vice. Oh, you didn't have one, Councillor Grace.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Jim, for the report. It's sobering, but it's good to have heads up, I guess. I do have one question about the anticipated 100,000 reduction in the Westario dividend, and I'm wondering, do you know why that is the case?
I can speak to that. It's actually essentially the same thing that Westario is dealing with that we are here, investment in its capital infrastructure. The dividends probably will be down for a little while Westario makes necessary investments. Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when I first read this report, I did have a nice chat with Jim today for about a half hour. Thank you, Jim, and it's a great report. And when I first saw, 2034, when this plan's fully implemented and $200 per household per year at full implementation, up to $750 per year is a big hit. It's a big hit for families out there, for many families. So that's going to be interesting at budget time, that discussion. I'm really looking forward to seeing the low and the medium and the high, and there's going to be some pretty big important decisions to be made in terms of what we can do, what we can't do. But I guess the other side of it is it's really a kind of a, I don't want to call it a good news story because there's a lot of money involved here for homeowners, but the asset management plan is done, and you've got a 10-year plan that we're going to roll out, and so that's a positive. That's something that we probably got the best staff in Grey Goose counties that worked on that, and we're the envy of a lot of communities that we have an asset management plan, and staff have worked really hard on it, all the department heads, and so I appreciate all the great work, and really going to be interested to see what those low, medium, high priorities all mean, and see what shifting takes place at budget, and if any, and so but it's a fair hit, but it's reality too, right? We have to maintain our infrastructure. People want good roads and bridges and brand new playground equipment, and we've fallen behind over the last 20, 30, 40 years probably, right? And you say it's global. We're not alone. And so we have to maintain our infrastructure, and it's going to be a hit, but we'll just have to make some tough decisions, right? So thanks a lot, Jim. It's a great report.
Thank you. Anything further? I think we'll have a good debate on this. It is good that we have a strong understanding of what it's going to take to maintain our existing capital. And just like we did with the legacy fund to build a pool, or we did with the waste management reserve to be able to handle the issue we dealt with earlier tonight, the landfill site, building the appropriate cash flows now into the levy to make sure that we can maintain that existing infrastructure is critical, and future councils and citizens of the community will thank us for working on that issue, because it's to make sure we have a functional community into the future. So it stands to be an exciting budget as always, and thanks for the presentation tonight, Jim, and the heads up. Okay, so there is a recommendation. I believe I read it, so I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. And then we're on to item 6, which is the animal licensing fee update, and the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. The intent of this change, if approved, is for the annual billing to pet guardians for animal licensing to be replaced with a one-time fee, meaning that there is only one animal license fee payable to the town of Saugeen Shores for the life of the pet. Pets will continue to require a tag or license, which may be replaced for a nominal fee if lost or misplaced. Staff time required for the animal licensing program will be dramatically reduced, thereby allowing the program to fund animal-related by law enforcement and emergency veterinary care, rather than being offset by heavy administrative burden. Pets with a current license will not be required to pay the one-time fee, as most have already paid more than $75 in licensing fees. Staff is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council approve transitioning to a one-time fee for animal licensing. Questions or comments? Just wanted to make one comment myself, and if you look at the numbers, according to statistics, 58% of households, about 60% of households have a pet, which in the town of Saugeen Shores would mean about what was the number? About 5,000 pets, which is probably maybe conservative, frankly, but let's say 5,000 pets. In 2023, we currently have licenses out for 500. So we're licensing 10% of the pets in the community. I am not certain what we accomplish by doing that. I don't fully understand why we do that. And it isn't required by legislation. We're allowed to do it by legislation, but aren't required to do it. I think it's just an additional administrative burden. So I'm increasingly of the view that we should just eliminate animal licensing altogether. So that's, and other municipalities have done that, I might add. And I just think it's a thing that we should consider doing. I don't oppose this for now, but I think it's a discussion that we should have, because I think we put in a lot of staff time, put the community through a lot of effort, and I don't know why. We just lost track of why. So that's my comment. Anything else? If not, then I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so then we'll move on to item 7, which is the council meetings only structure and the clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Earlier this year, the striking committee directed the CAO and clerk to find efficiencies where possible within the current committee of the whole and council meeting structure. This included staff's discretion to advance certain reports directly to council rather than first being heard at the committee of the whole. Feedback on this discretionary approach has indicated some challenges, mostly of a procedural nature. The striking committee recently met and directed staff to come forward with this report. Council meeting only structure has been in place for planning related matters during the second meeting of the month, town, and those have flowed smoothly for those meetings. If approved, this would be included in the 2024 business plan for the clerk to prepare a comprehensive review of procedural bylaw, a rollout plan, and preparation of education communications to council staff and the public on this structure. A key factor, if this is progressed forward, is that public opportunities to address council would not be reduced, and that council's ability to discuss, approve, defer, amend, and defeat any motion on the floor would not be diminished. Staff will utilize their knowledge of current issues, timing needed for approvals, and the awareness of potentially sensitive topics to seek council direction and feedback in the form of informational reports, as was done with some recent reports such as the council composition of ward boundary review and clean yards bylaw. Staff is available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council endorse the transition to a council meetings only structure and comprehensive procedural bylaw update in the proposed 2024 business plan. Questions or comments? Councillor Stack. Your mic needs to on.
Sorry, it's like the new mute. So just 2 questions and maybe one for clarification. So this wouldn't reduce the frequency with which we meet. We would just have one less meeting before we approve them in the regular council. Okay. And then my second question is just about the open forum. So I know you're saying we wouldn't lose any opportunity, the public wouldn't lose any opportunity to address the public, to address council, but would the open forum, which as I understand is kind of a feature of the committee of the whole, would that can we put that in regular council, or is that going to be eliminated?
Thank you. Through Mayor Charbonneau, there is no reason why that can't be carried forward into a council meeting only structure.
Okay, further comments? Yeah, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Just the only comment I had, and a bit old fashioned this way, I guess I kind of like the old system with, it comes to committee of the whole and the public has the opportunity, 2 weeks later to discuss it at regular council meeting. But I guess for you to Kara, staff will make that clear determination and more times than not, very accurately, that the reports will come in directly to regular council now. Fairly straightforward decisions sometimes, but if it's a controversial item, there's always the option to defer. And then I'm just wondering how often we will defer items, but that's something that staff will pay really close attention to, right? Because there's some sensitive issues sometimes that the community really needs to think about it over a 2-week period. So we'll protect against that, correct?
ZAO.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think what I would offer to council is that we're already using this model in the planning committees over the last, I would say, 4 months or so. So we've moved strictly to a council only meeting for planning committee. And you can see in those meetings where staff are bringing forward applications for public meeting, council comment, that sort of thing prior to bringing forward the recommendation. And you can sense that there are applications where it makes sense to move straight away to the bylaw. So we had a few examples last week where they went straight to bylaw, but then there's ones where we know it's just an opportunity to hear from the public. And we know we're going to come back with a further report to council. So I guess I would say we're using that model already successfully in the planning committee. And we've seen, as Don mentioned, a number of information reports come forward to council. And that's sort of how we've been moving forward. A similar situation outside of planning committee is bringing the information reports first, hear your feedback, your thoughts on it before we come back with a recommendation. And so I would offer, we don't always guess it perfect, but we have a pretty good track record at knowing which ones we anticipate are going to require further conversation.
Yeah, and the bottom line is if it's something that we get a little bogged down with at a meeting, we just defer it for 2 weeks and bring it up. And Don, through you to Don, this is really the way it's gone around the province, correct?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Certainly, this is becoming more common throughout the province, even within just the county of Bruce. It is certainly the way that more municipalities are going. At the municipality that I worked at previously, I was there for 17 years, and it was only the council meeting structure. And in that time, I could count the number of deferrals that we had probably on one hand. But that's not to say that it isn't something that council can use when they need to, because there may be council may hear comments from the public when the agenda is released.
Right.
And it is at that time council can make those decisions. Yeah.
I'll be supporting it. I think it's a good change. We'll see about the deferrals. Time will tell, right? Thanks.
Thank you. Are there further comments? I think that's the important note. This is council's house. Council controls this process, and anything that comes before council dispenses with. And so now we streamline the whole thing. It was the committee of the whole structure was designed so that council could set its own agenda, right? Nothing arrived on the council agenda that didn't go through the committee of the whole. So in other words, the staff couldn't just put things directly before council. Council decided what council saw. So in this, now we've moved away from that because of time pressures imposed by other levels of government and things. So we have this system right now, which has become the committee of the whole doesn't serve its original purpose because things are just some things come directly to council, some things don't. So this streamlines it, puts it in one meeting, and then council gets it and council decides, right? If council wants to address it tonight, it addresses it. If it doesn't, it defers it, or it directs it to another committee, or it does whatever it wishes to do with it. So I don't think there's any reason to fear that council will lose any of its authority or that the public will lose any of its ability to interact with council. It's more of a procedural issue that streamlines the process. Councillor Mayette, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for recognizing that. With the requirement for bylaws to be passed to be read a first, second, and third time. Will that accomplish this? Because the first time would have been at committee of the whole in most cases, right?
No, bylaws have always, at least in my time, been read first, second, and third time at council. Although council can choose to just do one reading and then 2 weeks later do another reading, and 2 weeks after that do a third reading. As in count, that's almost never been done at Saugeen Shores, but it could be done. So it's again, the flexibility is all in council's hand to do it however it wants to do it.
Okay, I'm thinking like in terms of the dogs on the beach bylaw. Tonight, we essentially read it a first time. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to see it again on a regular council meeting, and then we'll pass it at that time, right?
Well, the process is that council receives it in committee of the whole as a recommendation from staff. We're a committee, not council, acting as a committee, right? So we don't read bylaws in committees. No committee can consider a bylaw. Then we recommend that to council. As council, it gets on council's agenda, and only then does it become a bylaw that council is considering, right? That's the process up till now. It's just a committee of the whole is just a committee, and then only council can consider bylaws.
Didn't we recommend a bylaw tonight?
We recommended we approved a recommendation by staff, which puts that recommendation on the agenda of council. And then council decides whether it wishes to pass a bylaw or not. But the purpose of that was so that council could control its own agenda, so that nothing could come before council. Nothing could come before council that council didn't wish to consider. Anyway, times change. Is there anything else on this? I was looking past you. I didn't mean to look at you when I said that. Anyway, if there's nothing further, then I'll ask all in favor. That's all opposed. That's carried. Okay. All right. So now we're on to item 8, which is the governance document framework policy, and the clerk.
Thank you, through Mayor Charbonneau. So on behalf of the deputy clerk, I am pleased to present this report for your discussion this evening. The development of this policy was a 2023 initiative for the clerk's division work plan. The purpose of this policy is to standardize how and when town documents such as policies, procedures, and processes are developed. This policy acts as a guideline for decision-making and implementation, and provides a consistent format for the creation of these documents, resulting in the development of a policy index manual, which will be the repository of these documents. This policy formalizes and defines a transparent process for the creation, management, retention, and review of corporate governance documents, as well as offering a structured approach to staff on how to write these documents. Establishing standardized templates will ensure documents include the necessary information, stay relevant to town operations, and remain up to date with legislative requirements. The policy highlights corporate and administrative policies. For context, corporate policies require approval by council resolution, whereas administrative policies would be approved by the CAO. An example would be the employment policy that is approved by council, and the flexible work arrangement policy that is approved by the CAO. The flexible work arrangement policy is rooted from the direction of the employment policy. A procedure on how to request a flexible work arrangement would then be established and approved by the senior leadership team. The draft governance document framework policy is brought to council as the policymakers for adoption. Once approved, the policy index will be compiled and act as a tool for staff. The index and documents will be made available on the town's intranet and for council and staff. Any policies and procedures that have already been created will essentially be grandfathered until they are either due for renewal or require updates, whichever comes first. New policies, procedures, and processes would follow the proposed templates that are attached to this policy. And if I may just for a moment say that I'm very happy with what the deputy clerk has produced here tonight. I think this is a good report and her first significant report coming to council. So there's a little shout out to Ms. Wilson there. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, and pass along our thanks to her as well. The recommendation is that council approve the governance document framework policy. And questions or comments? The deputy mayor.
2 questions for clarification and a comment. The comment first, the index coding thing is fabulous. In looking at how things would be coded, it's simply numbers and then the location. There's no indication potential for a one-word comment about what the policy's related to. Like, you know, you come across with a number and then it's something. Because, you know, I'm excited about that because so the coding idea is great. The two questions for confirmation are, this is on a committee of committee of the whole agenda. And it's here for approval. So will this be on a council agenda too? So if we didn't have committee of the whole, how would this fit into our new idea of how things would work? Would it be a one-shot thing? I'm just using it as an example of what we just described.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So once again, this would be sort of that discussion with senior leadership team, management team in general, as to whether or not we feel that council requires a little bit more sitting time with it, if they require more time to consider it, in which case this would then be that council receive this report for information. Which we potentially could have done, but in this case, because we still have the committee of the whole, it still is it's being recommended for approval at the council level at the next meeting, should this committee decide to do so.
Okay, and my other question, you said something that fit right into it. In reading through the policy statement, I just wanted to have clarified, because you use the expression management team and then you use senior leadership team. At other points in the document, it refers to the team, or in some places it just refers to town staff. In particular, I just was curious to know what the distinction was between management team and senior leadership team.
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So thank you for that feedback. That's something we will go through the policy again to make sure that we're being clear throughout. So senior leadership team includes the CAO, the directors, department directors, as well as key staff within the CAO's office, the managerial staff. The management team is the remaining managers of the town, plus the senior leadership team. As well. So as I said, we'll go through the document. We'll make sure that that clarity is in there and that we're using the right terms throughout so that everyone understands. Thank you.
Okay, are there further questions on this one? Well, thanks again to the deputy clerk for her work on this. I think it really is a great policy and a good step forward. So thanks very much. I read the recommendation. I'll ask all in favor. That is carried. Thank you. All right, so we're on to 8.4, which is communications and petitions for the committee of the whole. There's 9 items there. Anybody have any of those they want to discuss? Councillor Halpin, and then we'll go around the table.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Item 2, letter from MPP Catherine Fife, fixing the long-term care. And this issue, I've had a little bit of experience with it, and people we know were people who are married their whole life don't get to be in the same nursing home. And that's cruel. That's cruelty. And I think that we should support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll come to Councillor Stack and then I have Grace after that.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councillor Halpin's comments. I think it's a matter of dignity to allow people to live together. And I think it speaks to an ongoing challenge we have with, I think I've said this before, but the funding of our healthcare and the fact that these are really the separation of spouses or the lack of opportunity for spouses to be together is a reflection of resourcing issues on the premise that it's in the best interest of care, which I dispute wholeheartedly. So I think this speaks to the issue of our counterparts, the provincial level, not adequately funding healthcare and particularly long-term care. And I think it speaks to the priority they place on it. And it's something I would also support this letter as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to speak briefly to number 5, the Saugeen Shores Police Service annual report, and just that I I note the broad community support provided by the Saugeen Shores Police Service. It's not a surprise. It's consistent with their past, but I think it's important to note some of the programs that they run and that they support, the support of Special Olympics, the contingency fund that has been running for since I think that was in place, and then that was one of the programs that arose out of the Affordable Attainable Housing Task Force, the Mobile Mental Health Addiction Response Team, the Positive Ticketing Campaign, the officers carrying care bags. All of those things are such great programs that are community oriented, and I just wanted to thank everyone involved in the Saugeen Shores Police Services for continuing that.
Yeah, thank you. Anything else on these nine items that folks wish to address? The Deputy Mayor?
I would like to just say that I wish there was something we could do about number 9, which is about cigarette butts everywhere. But in reading their resolution, I just don't know how it means anything in the end. But certainly that's a big area of waste here on the beach, on sidewalks, everywhere, cigarette butts. But I don't think there's anything that this would really enable to be a good, positive thing.
Thanks for that. So I heard a couple of folks mention this letter from Catherine Fife. Do you want to give some direction on, it asks that we bring a resolution to support the Till Death Do Us Part Act, but doesn't create the resolution. So I suppose we could give, if council wanted to, or if the committee wanted to give some direction on to support this, maybe we could get a motion to come back one way or another. Is there, are these questions, or are you people moving things? You have a comment? We'll get Grace and then Davinsky.
Yes, I certainly support us going forward with this. Probably about 4 or 5 years ago, I researched and wrote a letter that was sent on behalf of the CFUW Southport Club to the minister at the time. I can look that up and we can use that, or I can at least make it available or assist somebody in crafting a resolution.
Okay, Councilor Davinsky.
Well, I was just going to say that I am going to support that issue, and yes, we should move ahead with this. At least I believe we should, for the elderly, for their dignity, and for their future.
Okay, the Deputy Mayor, and then help.
I agree with what people have said. I'm just not sure that maybe we're aware or not aware of what the local situation is, because there are husband-wife situations living in the Southampton Care Center. Elgin Lodge, I believe, has some husband and wife situations too, or they have in the past. The Southampton Care Center expansion project is eventually, not immediately, but eventually going to create opportunities for closeness to be there too. So I am in support, but at some point, maybe we can try and find out what's happening here too, because maybe we're ahead of the curve on this a little bit.
Okay, Councilor Help.
The lodge here isn't a long-term care center for one thing. It's assisted living, but could we write something to bring back to the next council meeting?
You certainly can. If you want to proceed that way, then just bring it back as a notice of motion. That's a thing you can do as well. So we can leave it, if that's what you want to do, we can just leave it at that.
Yes, Mayor, that would
Okay.
satisfy me.
Yep. All right. Good enough. And I would just say too, as I have a bit of perspective because I serve on the long-term care committee at Bruce County. These are really complicated situations. That whole system is, as Councillor Stack, I think, highlighted, is it's full of all sorts of contradictory pushes and pulling forces, right? So it's a very complicated system, but on the principle of this bill, I think who could oppose the notion of folks getting to live together who have been married, and they should get to do that, and hopefully there's a way forward on that. But anyway, we'll look forward to your resolution. Anything else on any of these items? If not, then I think we're at the end of the committee of the whole. We will dispense with statements by members, and so we'll get a motion to adjourn, moved by Stack, seconded by Grace. All in favor? The committee of the whole stands adjourned. We'll reconvene at 10 after 10. Okay, here we go. So we have a recommendation that council arise from the close to public session and resume the regular council meeting. Mover and seconder, Davinsky and Stack, all in favor. That's carried, and I can report that council received information with regard to the chief administrative officer performance evaluation and gave direction to staff on the healthcare partnership and proposal. So that moves us on then to report of the committee of the whole, and there is a recommendation that council receive the 2023 Major Initiatives Division and Capital Highlights Quarter 3 Update Report for information. To the council endorse the Southampton Community Cenotaph Committee fundraising goal for $125,000 and direct staff to include the maximum municipal contribution of $125,000 in the 2025 business plan for consideration. 3, the council approve the AWC transition staffing plan and direct staff to include the immediate staffing requirements in the 2024 business plan, and the council receive the AWC activation plan for information. 4, the council adopt a bylaw to establish the community donation policy. 5, the council received the Devonshire Road Highway 21 lane reconfigurations and MyoVision staff detection equipment installation report for as information. 6, the council endorsed the Innovation Park business case and agreement of purchase and sale template, and that council delegate authority to the chief administrative officer or delegate to implement the economic development community improvement plan programs based on scoring matrix outlined in Appendix A of the Innovation Park business case for purchases in the Innovation Park, and that council delegate authority to the chief administrative officer or delegate to authorize purchase agreements for land located within the Innovation Park. Is there a mover and seconder? That's moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor. I'm going to pass out, and seconded by Councillor Stack. Okay, questions or comments to the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. And then we're on to bylaws, and there are 2 bylaws there for consideration. Resolution is that bylaws 95, 2023 and 96, 2023 are hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 23rd day of October, 2023. Is there a mover and seconder? Davinsky, Stack, all in favor? Carried. Now we're on to the confirmatory bylaw. The bylaw 97, 2023, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read a first, second, and third time and finally passed and sealed this 23rd day of October, 2023. Is there a mover and seconder? Grace and Halpin, all in favor? That is carried. And finally, a recommendation, this regular council meeting of October 23rd, 2023 hereby adjourns at 10:57 p.m. Is there a mover and seconder? Davinsky and Halpin, all in favor? Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.